All right, what's going on? Wait. No, my mic is on. Okay. What's going on, chat? How y'all doing? Holy smokes. Yeah, what's going on, chat? Hope y'all having a good one. It is Tuesday. And today, PTCG Live is down, but I do need to do some Surging Sparks cooking / gotta put together my buy list. So that's what we're gonna do today. Some Surging Sparks stuff is the plan for today. Why don't you do any tournaments on Limitless? What do you mean? I do. I literally played in a tournament last week. Cooking stew or chicken and rice? Always chicken and rice. I did see the and where's that tweet? Let me find the link for this. Which is good to see. Yeah. Thoughts on a 1/2 Dialga V-Star line and Archuleta EX? I don't know. No clue. Seems bad. Should we talk about the upcoming set today? Not to the extent that some people want to, but we're gonna put together the buy list and then cook some lists and go from there. Are folks talking about Miraidon for sack because of the new Pikachu? That is one of the main reasons, yeah. Can you recommend some cards for our Raging Bolt players? Not from the new set, probably. Appreciate 34 months there, Will. Are the Surging Sparks images in the decklist builder now? No, we're just gonna be using... Actually... Yeah, they should be on the Limitless deck builder. Which we'll be using, I assume. Honestly, that's a good question. Oh, maybe not. No, they're not in the limit. I guess we have to proxy. That's fine though. Is anyone else feeling discouraged with Pokemon lately? It seems near impossible to consistently get a day 2. I mean, it's just not true, though. You just have to look at the results of players and be like, the best players are still doing that pretty consistently. And I'm not saying... Yeah, the best players are still doing it consistently. So, like, the ability to do that is there. The ability exists. Appreciate the 2 months there, Togepi the first. Yeah, I don't think it's, like... It's not that much harder to like consistently make day 2 in the Pokemon TCG. It did get harder, but it's like not that much harder. Also, like, you should just think about it differently as well. Like, if your goal was just to get like what is your goal? What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to just get day 2 and then go 0-4 so that way you made day 2? Then just take the achievement of it being harder to get day 2 as like your next step then. Like if your goal is just like get day 2 to go 0-4, well now make your just because you could make day 2 in last season's system, the system is now harder, so you potentially have to like level up your game to get day 2 now. That can be your that could be like your new goal, your new achievement to try and reach. And then to do that, then to do it consistently, yada yada yada. But if your goal is to like get top 32, top 16, play for top 8, then having to go 7-2 on day 1 isn't like, that's just like kind of the first step in the process of getting there. If you build new decks in Pokegear, you can just drag and drop from Pokemon proxies. I just like having everything saved over on Limitless though, because then I can draw from it later on or pull from it later on. Although it would be nice if the images were there. It'd be nice if Robin added that, to be honest. So it's just the image drag and drop so you could like make whatever you wanted to. Limitless has the Japanese cards when it releases in Japan. The set for Japan releases on Friday. Oh, is that when Robin adds them? Is when it drops? Yeah, like if you're trying to get day 2 and go 0-4, like make your goal getting to day 2 now. Like not trying to go 0-4 obviously, but like if that's what I mean. Like if it's just like, okay, my goal is just to get day 2. If I go 0-4, it doesn't really matter. I don't really care. To make your goal just getting to day 2. Just like how last season it was harder to get top 32 than it was to make day 2. Now it's just harder to get day 2. So now getting day 2 is like the next step, if that makes sense. I think I explained it a little bit poorly when I first said that the first time around. But yeah, if you're like, yeah, the next step in improving is to get to the new day 2. And it's now harder to get day 2. So that's your new stepping stone. It's just, it feels bad because we still call it day 2, but that's just like a psychological thing where it's just like last season day 2 was easier. Now it's harder, but it's not due to like the RNG of the format or the meta or the Pokemon TCG as a whole. It's just you're not good enough to consistently get day 2 in the current format like you were in the last format, because it is harder. So you just need to get better. That's it though. But you just have to like remove thinking about it as like the day 2s aren't equal. It is harder now to get day 2. But you can do it just as consistently now as you could last format. And there's like some varying degree to that. Like there's gonna be metas and formats where it's probably easier to make day 2 because the skill expression is higher. When skill expression in the game is lower, there's more randomness. But like that's just like nitpicking at that point. And it's like, how would you even quantify that format to format, meta to meta? It's just not relevant. The game still has like a super high skill ceiling, and you just need to get better at the game. That's it. Also, day 2 doesn't guarantee that you can top 8. I mean, that's a whole different discussion. But yeah, that's a whole different discussion. Although one that's probably worth having, to be honest. I do feel like the margin of error at X2 is good enough. X2 should make progress in the tournament to the cut round. Currently experimenting with Raging Bolt with Galvantula EX for a good alternative attacker with Briar. What do you think about that, Azul? It sounds terrible, I'm not gonna lie. How do you even get the energy on the Galvantula? Yeah, it sounds terrible. It just sounds like bad Raging Bolt. Would Lively Stadium be good enough to run alongside Pokestop and Raging Bolt? I don't know what Lively Stadium does. Energy Switch? That works fine. All right, it's as bad as I thought it was. Just make an asymmetrical cut with top 12 or 16 base. No, I think all they need to do, Curry, is just say all X2s make asymmetrical cut. Let's just say everyone... Top cut is at the end of day 2 Swiss, everyone who is X2, if there's less X2s than players in top 8, whoever has a top 8 record. So if there's someone who's like X2-1 who makes 8th seed, then everyone who's X2-1 makes cut. It's asymmetrical cut with all X2s. It's top 8 asymmetrical cut, including all X2s, or if there is someone with a record worse than X and 2 in top 8, then asymmetrical extends to that point threshold. It's also just like, yeah, like the solution is just like not complicated as well. It's literally just it's just literally that. Just like all X2s always make cut. It's just the fixed settings to happen for top cut. It's like a super easy, like it's like, because I feel like when I see people discussing this stuff, people are always like people bring up the idea of more rounds, like more rounds day 1, more rounds day. You don't need to do more rounds. We don't need to do more rounds. Just make it so X2 is always in cut. Like, that's it. I see people talking about more rounds for day 1, more rounds for day 2, as like solutions to the X2 problem. Although some people don't even think it's a problem, which is also like fair. But I would just make it so X2 makes into cut. I want more rounds so my $70 goes further. I think it's like a reasonable but like what is the and so I can not eat lunch and dinner. I don't know, it's so like that argument is interesting. It's so based on, that argument is so based on what we had previously though. Like if we always played in the true Swiss system, I don't think anyone would ever say that. No one would be like, oh, we need more rounds because the price of regionals entry fee has increased. I don't think anyone would say that. I think that argument is super based on where we were and has nothing to do with what is best, right? Yeah. I think one thing that would be good to see improved, and actually I don't even know where the level of it is at, to be honest. I don't even know where the level is at, to be honest, but like more, like better, more side events, like better, cooler side event stuff would be good. Just like more stuff to do at the venue besides play in the actual tournament. Would it more people in day 2 make it harder to filter for the top 8? Not if it's only X and 2s that makes cut. It doesn't really matter how many people are in day 2. It'll always like cut down to, like, what are you even saying though? What do you mean more people in day 2? More rounds means better players are more likely to make it further. Yeah, but you have to cut it off somewhere. You can't have why on the 17th is no dude stream? I have some appointments I gotta do on the 17th. I'll maybe try and find a makeup day for dude. Oh, maybe we'll do dude stream tomorrow then, actually. We might do the dude stream tomorrow. We'll do it a day earlier. I forgot about that. More rounds means your better players are more likely to make it further. Yeah, I don't disagree, but we can't have infinite rounds. So we have to have a certain rounds at a point that can be logistically done in time, and that makes sense for the whole tournament like structure and everything. We have less rounds now than we did last season, but it doesn't make it inherently like it's not like it is like a negative in terms of like player skill expression, I guess, but like they tried to make up for it a little bit with asymmetrical cut, and like I said, they can just like, if you just make all X2s make cut, that also like makes up for it, and it doesn't add more rounds to the tournament. Although I guess, yeah, and most major tournaments will probably have X2s in cut, right? Like every major tournament besides this one that we just saw, besides Louisville, had an X2 in cut, right? So most of the major tournaments will probably have X2s in cut. But then at that point, it's just like, okay, well, why not just make it that X2s always make cut? Like, it's like, all right, most of them will have an X2 in cut, so we have like a threshold to base it off for most of them. But then we'll have outliers like Louisville where X2s are making cut. So why not just have the blanket rule that X2 is always in cut? Yeah, just why not just have the blanket rule that X2 is always in cut? Yeah, more rounds would be better. I'm not against more rounds, but it just depends what makes sense logistically, because we can't have infinite rounds. Unrelated, but do you think the extra round should be added to day 1 or day 2 when the attendance threshold is met? Well, yeah, but they have numbers for that, Curry. They have numbers up till like 8,000 players or something. Like at 8... What are the numbers here? Hang on, let me find the numbers. I don't even know where I can find the structure numbers. I pass it? Oh. I don't know where the structure numbers are, but we have like numbers up to like 8,000 players. The extra rounds we have like thresholds for those numbers. we need more big side events like the big GLC tournament, or more small side event options, more 60-30 minute things. I don't know. I don't play side events. Whatever the people want, to be honest. Whatever's just cool stuff for people to play in. Yeah. Will peek at EX be good if he can't attack turn 1? I feel like Drago and Polt be insta losses for him. I don't know. I don't even know if those will be decks in the next format. They took away 3 rounds, added back only 1 or 2, and we can all meet in the middle. They took away 3 rounds, 1 day 1, 2 day 2. Well, it depends. Most of the major tournaments in America will have like 9 rounds day 1, but like some of them won't, like Louisville and Dortmund didn't. Why is it important to have people with XC records and cut? I just think it's good to have a threshold that you can play for, like knowing like if I achieve this, I will progress in the tournament, or if I make day 2 in the tournament and I win all my rounds, I will progress in the tournament, which was what X2 is. Also, I think the margin of X2 is okay, it's like reasonable. I think anything, a margin of error greater, or the potential for a margin of error, or how do I want to word that? Like being like, oh, to make cut, you have to go X11. Like I feel like that's too much of a. I like X2. I think X2 is as far as you want to go, as like being like, this is what you have to achieve to progress to top cut. I think like to me X2 is that's good. It's like you can take 2 losses in a tournament. Anything less than that, you don't make cut. If you do further than that, you get a higher seed. I assume you saw it already, but Gaming Jane has the registration dates and times for upcoming regionals on their site now. I did see that. Yeah, there still needs to be some connection from the Pokemon main website to Gaming Gen in some way, but like I guess it's a step in the right direction. Start to have more rounds when you already have to play 12 hours without a break. Well, they would probably never add another round in day 1. They're never going to like a 10th round day 1, like maybe a 5th round day 2. But the only reason I can think to not do a blanket X2 is because draws exist, so you could incentivize people drawing to avoid X3. Well, it'll be X2 in terms of match points, Bento Box. You couldn't be X2-5. It would be X3. It would be X2 in terms of match points. So it's the rounds in the tournament. So if you have 12 rounds in the tournament, you have to have 30 match points. Everyone with 30 match points makes cut. So this is not a. No, you're confusing the system. You couldn't be you couldn't be X2-7 or something like that and make cut. Is the entire set list out? I believe so, yeah. For my older question you just read off, I meant, do you think it's better to do 8-5 or 9-4? It's not super relevant at the end of the day, but had the potential impact who makes cut. 9-4, 8-5. Well, so you're saying you'd want a change to the system, right, Curry? So are you talking about like at Louisville? At Louisville specifically, would it be better to do 8-5 or 9-4? Like if we're still adding a round outside of the true Swiss system, right? But the question is, where should the round be added? Is that what you're asking? It's probably better to add the round to day 1 just for, I mean, whatever like makes the tournament run smoother, I guess, because it's kind of the same thing, right? Because it would just be like X2 makes cut, but where does it make sense to make the tournament run better logistically? Would be the correct answer, probably. X2 is fine because it's easier to think for 3 strikes. You're out anyways. Yeah, I don't. I just think it's just like it gives you a straightforward goal to play for, keeps things simple, straightforward. If you make if you make day 2 of the tournament, you always have a goal that you always can win the tournament. Like, yeah, I just like I think it's just like it just makes sense. I think like I said, the margin for error or the margin for RNG, even though I don't like that word, like it's just like we are playing in a game in RNG, and I'm not. People think that I like. Don't believe in RNG or being lucky or unlucky. I just don't think it's worth thinking about or worrying about as like that was what changed. That's what impacted your tournament. Concerning yourself with thinking too much about RNG is like what holds a lot of players back, because they don't understand like what the game actually is and how to get better and what's actually happening, because they're too worried about how they got a tails on a aroma flip or something. But I think it's a good is margin for error still the right word? It feels like it's the wrong word for me to use, the wrong term, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. Like, having to go X11 versus X2 is a pretty big difference, and I think X2 is like, that's the max I think that's the max you should have to achieve to progress to like top cut. What's the best way to test decks for a new set size format? Build them and play them. They just should make it like Yu-Gi-Oh. No, the TCG is not better, but they have 3K player tournaments, 12 rounds day 1, and day 2 top 128, and there's like non-stop side events for giant cards, mats, cards like that. Sorry for the bad English. I mean, top 128 at day 2 is still like having a day 2. The more Swiss rounds, the better for sure, but you can only have so many, so there has to be like some back and forth between like us and the organizers and be like, okay, this seems like reasonable, right? Like it's good to, like organizer giving us like 5 rounds day 1, 2 rounds day 2 would probably be pretty bad, right? But it's like 8 rounds day 1. Most of the American regionals should probably have 9 rounds day 1, and then we're looking at dude, I need to find this. Where's the breakdown for that? I'm like, oh, I think I found it. Tilted me. Dude, maybe no, it's got to be here. Okay, there it is. And I can share this with Glass. Yeah, like this, like right here. Like we know the round systems here. Like most American regionals will fall under this, right? Be 9 rounds day 1, 4 rounds day 2, and then we have a number. We have a number when we get our next round. When we get 4,097 players, up to 8,000 players, we're gonna have 9.5, right? We know the number. When we get, and like, I'm glad we have this number because it's like, this is a number that I was asking for last season because I just want to know when the next breaking point was. When's the next benchmark number that we're playing, like building towards? But they gave us this number, and this is like we'll probably get greater than 4,000 player tournaments eventually this season or next season. UIC or NAIC will probably hit those numbers. That'd be my guess. But we don't have to worry about 8,000 for a while. It's like, okay, they gave us like, you know, we know what we have to hit, and then we get 5 rounds day 2. So most tournaments are going to be like this for a while. 9, 4. But when we get to this upper half of 4,000 players, once we get to like 3,800 players, like, what do you need to make cut? I don't think it's going to be X and 2. I don't think X and 2 is going to make it probably, right? It's going to be like X11 or X1. That's going to be in top 8. I feel like X2 is just like, I don't know, that's like the bench. I think that's a forgiving enough benchmark to like shoot for. Have you seen the Asia region? Not only do we have double loss instead of ties, we also need at least X1 to make cut. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of problems with the Asia region. Like the TPCI, playing under TPCI is definitely a vast improvement to playing under TPC for sure. I'd rather see 9 rounds for all tournaments with over 2K players to add the 5th round to day 2. Yeah, I mean, I think like, I don't know, not having 9 rounds day 1 feels pretty bad when you fall into, like, and Lil will probably be here. Wait, do we have the numbers for Lil? Does anyone have the numbers for Lil? Do we know how many masters there are, or roughly expected? Is it possible for there to be 33 or more players at X and 2? Yeah, of course. Just depends how many players are in the tournament. RNG makes no sense IRL. It's variance. Yeah, whatever. Variance. Yeah, variance. Variance is a constant. It's not something to spend too much time thinking about. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying variance doesn't exist. That's what sometimes people hear when I talk about variance. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's just like, why would you ever concern yourself with variance? It's just not. It's not like constructive at all to like improving or getting better at the game or becoming a better player. And doesn't tell you what your mistakes were. It's just something to complain about to ignore your mistakes, basically. There's a great balance where if you need to go X11, the whole gentleman's to avoid ties kind of goes out the window, where you play for your first tie and then start to gentleman's. Exactly. That makes things a lot weirder with the gentleman's as well, Tyler. Is now it's like, okay, wait, actually, but that's so hard to, I don't even know how you'd predict that on day 1. Maybe there is like a way to simulate it though. Assuming like a 10% tie rate. Yeah, if we assume there's like a 10% tie rate, we could like simulate a tournament and be like, we can assume that you need X11 or X2 to make cut, and then from there you wouldn't gentlemen's until you got your first tie, and then once you have your first tie, you gentlemen's after that. I guess is like optimal. But like you'd want to simulate the tournament first. Hang on. We go. Let me do this real fast. Let me just pull this up. So we can go like over here, and we can go to this calculator. Oh wait, let me pull up one more window. Go to PokeData. So we go to PokeData, and I want to see Louisville. What was the tie rate? I think it was 10. Yeah, so the 10% tie rate. So we go to the Swiss calculator. They had 1938. 1938 tie rate. Wait, how do you do this thing? It 0.10. Official Pokemon tournament. 2-day tournament. Enable intentional draws. Okay. So we go here. Phase 2. It's still, so there's 7.78 players. So there's an 8th player, right? Accumulated players with 31 points. So there's 8 players with 31 points. I guess it depends a little bit on IDs then, or something like that. Louisville capped Masters. I was going to sign up, but they didn't want to allow more. Yeah, we definitely would have gotten, if it wasn't a cap, we would have hit this number for Louisville for sure, which is like the 2049. We would have hit that if there was no cap. Or, yeah, if it was a bigger cap, right? We would have got that 9th round day 1, which would have changed things completely. And there probably would have been X2s and cut in Louisville. Louisville was packed for the venue. Yeah, but we're using all the halls. Were all the halls being used? No, just a single hall. Okay. I wonder where that number changes though. So if we go back here, let's go like, so you could simulate this leading into every tournament. Once you know the player number, you could simulate this to see if you should take a tie or not. So let's go down to 1900. 7.6 with 31. Let's go down to, let's go to 18. We'll do it in 50s. We got 7.2. So there's probably a 30-point player making it into cut here. I'm actually curious, what was the numbers? We could go look at like Dortmund, because Dortmund had an X2 make cut, right? But they had a higher tie rate. See, they had a 13%. They had a 13% tie rate. So then if we go like go here and we change this to 13% tie rate. Then we see there's always 30 pointers making cut, right? So, but I think basing it off of the Louisville number, but see, that's the thing now is moving forward is, are people going to be less likely to make these gentlemen's and then more ties are going to happen? 1680 at Lille. All right, so let's simulate Lille right now. Let's simulate Lille. 1680. And let's do it with that 10% tie rate. Let's see. So there should be an X2. Well, what if we increase it? It'll be more, right? So if we do like 13. Yeah, so there should be a 30-pointer. So at Lille, if there's 1680 players, so it'll probably be less than that though, right? Oh wait, 1680 total? So that's not just Masters then, right? So Masters will probably be, you say 1300, right? There'll be some no-shows, 150 juniors, 150 seniors, something like that. Is there gonna be that many? Is there that many juniors and seniors in Europe? Is there gonna be 150 juniors, 150 seniors at a European event? I don't actually know. Look at Dortmund. Oh, good call, good call. Let's see what Dortmund says. 165. Okay, so we can say like 150, 150. So let's say 1300 Masters, 10% tie rate. So for everyone who's going to Lille, should you, gentleman's agreement? The answer is probably it's answer yes, right? Yeah. So 30 pointers will be in cut at Lille. So you should gentleman's agreement every single round in Lille. It's optimal. But I guess you like have to calculate it before the tournament starts. And what is the breaking point? Like 1900? If you go to the 1900 10% tie rate, all of a sudden here is where it's like it's probably correct to take a tie. 10% tie rate isn't a bit too much. No, that's like as low as it ever gets. Like, yeah, 10% tie rate is low historically in the Pokemon TCG. 10% tie rate is historically low. Usually it's up towards, I think 16s, like 15, 16. 10% is low. But it's lower because more people are making gentlemen's agreements earlier in tournaments, which is leading to less ties. And more people are just like, probably more people are scooping and like more aggressively playing towards winning the match Instead of like, well, I have a 10% chance to win this game, I'm gonna stick it out. If I get a tie, it's kind of like whatever. Is it? No idea in proportions. It is low. This isn't like an opinion. This is just a fact. You can even go look at like previous numbers of older tournaments here, like like last season, like North American International Championships, like in the old system, 15% tie rate. And I think 15 was the norm. It was probably the average, or maybe even a little bit on the low end. But we can go to like Bologna. Bologna had 17, and this is last season, so this is like the old system. LA had 16. So yeah, so 15 might even be the low end. Santiago had 19. Chills. Pick it up. What the heck? Stockholm 18. Bro, what the heck? I was part of that. I had 3 ties day 1. That's my bad. I'm sorry. All right, Indianapolis 17%. So yeah, 15 is actually the low end. It's more like the average is probably like 16.5 or something. Yeah, the average is probably like 16.5 or something like that. Yeah, my bad at Stockholm. Indianapolis, not the cup. Sao Paulo 17. Yeah, so like 16.5 is probably the average or something like that. So, but yeah, so like 10 to 13 is probably like a good guesstimate to work with. I mean, if this was, let's see if this was at 13, 1913. So if this would be like simulating Louisville. There would have been, if there was a higher tie rate, we would have had a 30 pointers in cut. If we had a 3% higher tie rate, if we had like a 3% higher tie rate, 30 pointers would have made it. Do you agree before the game starts what will decide it? That's how I do. That's how I'm going to do gentlemen's moving forward. Usually I would just like make them going into game 3, but is there anything to stop people saying that then going back on their word if they lose? No. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's called a gentleman's agreement. Otherwise, you'd probably call it like a forced tiebreaker or something. So the 4 larger tournaments minus a special event, the average tie rate is 11 currently. Okay, so we could put it in as 11 then. Let's see what happens at 11, right? 11. So a 30-pointer would have probably made it with 11% tie rate. A 30-pointer probably would have made it at Louisville, right? Wait, when it says 7.1, does that mean there's always someone, or is that like a chance? As soon as it's over 7, does that mean that would be 8th person? So then a 30-pointer wouldn't have made it even at 11%. Is it chance or guaranteed? Because we can't just like take we can't take a 10th of a person and just put them in cut, right? So seven would be guaranteed, 17 would be guaranteed, and then we take a 10th of a person and they also make it. Like a small amount of the time the tournaments happen, it'll be 8. Okay. So if you want to top, you have to gentleman's agreement all games. It depends on the tournaments. It depends on the number of players, right? Because I was saying, like, what happens if we get up to that? So here are the numbers, right? So the more people you have in a tournament, the more match points, the more higher match point players there will be, right? Because if you have 200 players and then they play against each other, 100 of them win, 100 of them lose, and then you have 50 players and then they play against each other, 25 of them win, 25 of them lose, so on and so forth, right? But if you have 4,000 players, it takes longer to get to the peak, right? So you have more higher championship or higher match point players. So like this is the number we'd want to look at for like NAIC, LAIC, let's say, or NAIC, EUIC. LAIC is not hitting these numbers. Let's say we go to like, so let's run this with an 11. Let's say we have 3,800 players, which is close to the benchmark for the next step up, but not quite there. So this would maybe be EUIC and NAIC could maybe hit these numbers if we have the venue space. Wait, how many rounds are we having? We're having an extra round here though. Wait, how many rounds is this? I'm tripping. 13 rounds X2, so it'd be 33. So there sometimes X2 would not make cut, potentially, at this number. Wait, is X2 always the third number down? Right, 2 losses, that'd be your number. Wait. Yeah, X2 is always here. This is X2. So So X2 wouldn't be guaranteed at that number, but it's actually pretty close though. It's only 7.2. So X2 majority of the time would make cut, but it would just nice to be knowing that they make cut for sure. But if we go down to like a lower tie rate, X2 is probably not making cut. X2 is not making cut. And if we increase the players, we could go with 4,000, right? That's like basically right there. Yeah, X2 is never making cut at that point. I think the number of participants needs to be looked at and tweaked down by like 1 to 200 players for over 1224 to allow for variance in the menus. What do you mean? Just? Oh wait, you mean like do you think these numbers need to be adjusted? Is that what you're saying? Where do we find the tie rate during the event? On PokeData right here. This will be live, and you can see the live tie rate as the tournament's progressing. So like this will be available, yeah, at pokedata.ovh. This will be available as the tournament is live. So, but the thing is, like in round one, this isn't going to be available. You won't know the tie rate in the round 1 of the tournament. Also, by round 2, that's not a good sample size of the expected tie rate at the end of the tournament, right, or towards the end. So it like knowing it in the moment isn't that valuable, because yeah, if one thing is like round 1, it's like, well, do I make a gentleman's or do I not? And the best way to do it would probably be using this and just assuming 11% probably. You probably should just assume 11% tie rate and then take the number of players in the tournament. So for Lil, what we're saying is Lil is going to be 13 probably, call it 1300. And then from this, you decide on whether or not you should gentlemen's every match. And according to this, you should probably gentlemen's every single match. Ties are basically pointless or useless. At Lil, ties will basically be useless, it looks like. So you should gentlemen's every match and play for X2. Playing for X2 at Lil seems correct. Playing like aggressively for X2 seems optimal. So you should probably gentlemen's every single round. Too complicated, make X2 equal day 2. I mean, that's already true for day 2, but I think they should do that for Top Cut as well. Just like to have like a goal. Everyone knows what they need to shoot for to continue to progress in the tournament. Go for it. There are 1,800 people registered. Wait, for Lil or for something else? Wait, how many people are registered for TCG? Oh, for Gdansk, there's 1,800 people. Gdansk will be like what, 14? Maybe 1450. That'll be the X2 will make cut there. So it's only on like the top end of things that I guess it matters. Pretty much ever, it feels like. But it's annoying to like not know. It'll only ever matter on the top end when you hit this, when you hit like the cap, when you almost hit this number or you almost hit this number is when it matters. But it's annoying that it exists. If you're like down here or like in between either of these numbers, you should be fine. To X2 should always make cut. But it does mean you're gonna have to adjust. You should adjust your strategy going into the tournament based on. You should adjust your strategy going on to the tournament depending on the size of the tournament. Which is like annoying. It's definitely annoying. I mean, it's annoying that gentlemen's agreements are like have to be so prevalent to like optimize play in the tournament. Obviously you don't have to make gentlemen's agreements, but if you're trying to maximize your potential, right? You have to make the gentlemen's agreements. Like if you're trying to maximize your outcome in the tournament, making gentlemen's agreements just makes sense. Most of the time. Sometimes one tie is correct and then you make gentlemen's agreements. Like at Louisville, it was probably correct to take a tie. At Louisville, it was probably correct to not gentlemen's agreements until you had your first tie. And then once you had your first tie, it was correct to make gentlemen's agreements after that. 1830, 1938. Because the percentage was what? Pretty high, right? I'm at 107 in my first World Championships. You stuck it out after all those ties and just kept tying. Not very good at playing fast. Gotta step it up. Or hopefully you have stepped it up since then. What is gentlemen's? Just making an agreement to decide the an agreement to decide a winner in a game if it is not decided through the actual rules of the game. So like who's ever up in more prize cards, or whoever has a better board state, or something like that. We're just IDing at that point for the meme. Oh, okay. Yeah. So if game 3 finishes plus 3 finishes, then no one has won. Then the problem is when you're just short of a round increased threshold, right? Yeah, basically, Curry. Yeah, when we're just coming up short of a round threshold, all of a sudden X2 no longer makes cut. But like to just put a band-aid on it and just say X2 always makes cut. Like it would be so easy to just put a band-aid on it and be like X2 always makes cut. But if like there's an X2-1 as 8th seed, then you extend asymmetrical to everyone who's X2-1 as well. But I feel like you should just put a band, like it's not going to affect. It'll probably affect. It won't affect many tournaments in. It won't affect that many tournaments probably throughout the season. But like, why do we let it affect those tournaments at all? Why not just like say like, oh, if this happens, X2 always makes cut. Like Louisville would have been so sick, dude. Louisville would have been so sick if we had an 18-player top cut at Louisville. That would have been so cool. It would have been so cool to have an 18-player top cut at Louisville. Get all the X2 players in there. That's sick. But instead, it was like, nah. Which feels, I mean, definitely felt worse for the players. If to me, watching from the outside, looking in, it feels bad in general. If every X2 is included in ASIM, people will still have a reason to complain. Imagine being X1-1 and normally you would be locked for top 8, but then you lose an ASIM and end up even outside of top 16. That would feel horrible. Yeah, it would feel bad. But like that's the asymmetrical can already extend to that point anyways. Like you can already have like a top 32 and you can be first seed and lose. That's why we need more benefits for being the higher seed. The higher seed should pick who goes first in the first game of the match. GA just feels so bad for the game. My senior had a kid continue to pressure him to GA after turn 3 while the judge was monitoring the match after he had decked himself out and they were on equal prizes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the idea behind GAs feels bad. It's fine that GAs exist in the game, but it shouldn't be something that feels like it's mandatory to do to like be competitive in the Pokemon TCG. That's the cringe part. Is it feels like almost mandatory. It feels like it's almost mandatory in the game to make gentlemen's. I think we just need a top 16. I mean, we can just extend asymmetrical to the X2 though. It like fixes all the problems. Like we can stick with the system that TPCI wants to do. We can keep the same round numbers. We can keep these same round numbers, right? We can keep this, keep all these. That's fine. We can keep the round numbers. Just say X2s always make cut. That's it. It's like the littlest. It's the littlest change to the system to just say X2s all make cut. I think the higher seed should get a free ice pop. Yeah, free ice pop, and then you get to pick first or second in the first match. Basically, they want to eliminate the variance of opponent's win percentage, and they ended up with variance of people competing at the event. Somewhat. I mean, opponent's win percentage is still matters for seeding, though, into asymmetrical cut, which is pretty important, to be honest. If they could increase a 60-minute best out of 3, ties and time management would be way less of a factor. Yes, but I don't know if that changes. I mean, what if we just, like, reduce ties, actually, though? What would happen? Like if we took those numbers and what if we put ties down to 5%? What happens actually? Wait, is that correct? 0.5? Oh, no. A lot of ties. Sometimes 30-pointers don't make cut. Yeah, sometimes 30-pointers don't make cut, but they make it more often than not. If we go further, 50% tie rate. Let's say 2% tie rate. 3-pointers now. Oh, it's pretty much guaranteed in a cut. There's one guaranteed in cut. But still, actually, the number of players is still like the bigger influence here, it feels like, overall. I've never thought about or done any of this math before, so this is all new to me. If you say X2 makes cut, then what do you do with X2 players with more ties than wins? All right, guys, all right, I'm going to say this one more time. When I say X2, it is the point total for wins to losses. So if there's 15 rounds and I say X2, it means 13 wins of match points, which would be 39 match points is what you need to get to make cut. If it's 12 rounds and I say X2, it means 30 match points. So if you get to 30 match points, it doesn't matter how many ties you have. If you don't get to 30 match points, you're not in cut. When I say X2, I just mean the round total in the tournament minus 2 wins or minus 2 losses times 3. And if you get that match point number, you're in. I'm not saying 0 to 10 makes cut with 3 ties or 10 ties. Yeah, people with 10 ties are not making cut. That's why the kid kept arguing, because they were both at 3-1-1 at the time. But if a GA had been made, it would have been a tie, or my kid wouldn't have won anyway. It was just odd to watch. Yeah. Definitely is odd. 2-card registered players, 1985. It's happening. It's going to happen again. We're having another Louisville. I'd rather just get rid of ties than add more time to a round. I'm fine with getting rid of ties as well, to be honest. I think just being like, who's ever had on prize cards or something. I don't know what the correct answer to getting rid of ties, but at this point, I'm kind of down to get rid of ties, to be honest. Maybe just for game 3, though. Like game 2, if you win game 1 and game 2 doesn't finish, game 2 doesn't count. So like stall and control are still like viable strategies. But it's like if you're in game 3 and both players have won a game, which I would assume is the outcome there if you're in game 3. If you're in game 3, then it's just, yeah, who's ever had on prize cards or something. I don't know. Appreciate the prime sub there, Lurvy. Appreciate the 2 months there, Ka. Yeah, if you're up 1-0, because I think I still want stall and control to exist as archetypes in the Pokemon TCG. So like, if you're up 1-0, you win. But if you're in game 3, it's 1-1, then we go to like who's ever had in prize cards. I guess I don't really care what the determining factor is. What you're describing is the pre-tie end of round procedure. Yeah. Would that change make you come back, Jake? Bans and more Swiss rounds. We won't see Jake for a rotation or 2 from now. Or until they print Manaphy / Jirachi for Dusknoir. Whatever makes sense to reset bracket for day top 4 going to top day 2, get 1 round, have in day 2. I'm not sure what you're asking there, Chef. Both of my juniors were also asked to GAs. It just feels like something the younger players shouldn't have to deal with, but the master GA culture trickles down. What if prizes are equal? If prizes are equal, then it just becomes next prize card wins. Thoughts on the Dusknoir ban idea? I don't really have any thoughts on it. The game's still fine right now. I don't think Dusknoir is that oppressive. That should just be my answer. I don't think Dusknoir is that oppressive. Now, I do think like how the community feels about things overall in the Pokemon TCG is relevant, and it does seem like a decent amount of the community does not enjoy the gameplay of Dusknoir, but it doesn't seem to the point where it like there needs to be like a ban. But I can like empathize with the people who are like displeased with the gameplay that Dusknoir adds to the Pokemon TCG. But I've like said this in the past recently, like if you're just not really enjoying the game, especially like I've said this to like competitive players who like are feeling burnout but feel like pressure to like have to go to so many events, just take a break. Like just take a break. It'll be like better for you like mentally, and you'll probably come back that much stronger if you just like take a break from the game overall. If you ban Dust, the mob just moves on to a new target. I would say Dusknoir's a little bit unique. I want to give like the Pokemon community some credit and be like Dusknoir's like a little bit unique in its polarizing effect in how it affects the game. Yeah, I want to give I want to give the community a little bit of credit on Dusknoir, I think, because I can understand why you might not enjoy the gameplay that Dusknoir does breed. Because yeah, I don't know, it's kind of cheesy to like turn 2 double Dusknoir or someone and then just be like, well, I'll bench another Charmander. Go ahead, like. Dusknoir adds a lot of skill expression, but also creates a lot of non-interactive one-sided games. Weird double-edged sword. It's an okay amount of skill expression with Dusknoir. I wouldn't give Dusknoir too much credit there, though. My problem with Dusknoir is how it retroactively perverts the mechanics of comeback mechanics like counter game says counter catcher. Oh, how you can like enable them through Dusknoir. Definitely interesting. So what do you think of the new Azumarill from Surging Sparks? I saw a list running it alongside the Duskline. I mean, it seems like it might have potential. Yeah, it seems like it might have potential. I'm not sold on it, though. So what do you think of the new... Oh, I just read that one. Yeah, Azumarill might have potential. Dusknoir times 2 plus Radiant Greninja turn 2. Yeah. Like, that's definitely reasonably... reasonable to be annoyed at that kind of gameplay. I think that is why Dusknoir is cool. Tools that some decks couldn't use before can now use them aggressively. Gives more ways to play the game. I would disagree that it gives more ways to play the game. If every deck can abuse every strategy equally, then the more aggressive decks are always just going to win. The deck that draws the first prize card is always going to be the better deck, because now you have every strategy available to you after that. We don't want everything to be able to use everything. We don't want every deck to be able to utilize counter catcher at the same degree across the board, because then like what is the then every aggro deck is a control deck and a comeback deck. It turns every deck into like, yeah, then you can only play the deck that draws the first prize card because you can do everything. I ultra balled away 2 chops away, then found Lugia V-Star with it. I'm a genius. Gives more ways to play a one-sided game. Yeah, something like that. And listen, I'm not even like an advocate against Dusknoir or anything. I'm just like arguing the other side, like why people are against these things or don't like these things. I've had my opponents lose games they're 100% going to win by using Curse Blast for no reason. It's funny how trigger happy people are. People do like benching Duskull. People are big fans of benching Duskull. It was bad watching all this happen because I still feel like the game is fine. That's how I feel as well, Chills. Like, but maybe I'm just like, I don't really care as much about the Dusknoir gameplay as some people do. I don't think Fez gets enough hate. That card is really the worst. At Louisville, so many of my games would have been far better if Iono actually worked either for or against me. Yeah, Fez is pretty good. Pretty good card. The problem is there's no punish for putting Fezandipity in play. That's the problem. It's like every deck has so many liabilities and is played to the point where like having another liability in play like Fez just doesn't matter. It needs to feel bad. If it needs to feel like bad to put Fezandipity in play, but it doesn't. That's the problem with Fezandipity. It doesn't feel bad to put Fezandipity in play. It still kind of feels bad to put like. It feels kind of bad to put Squawkabilly in play, right? It's like, ooh, I really don't want to put Squawkabilly in play. But you're like, oh, I get to put Fezandipity in play? Yes, sir. Let me, please, let me get my Fezandipity into play. But yeah, something like Squawkabilly, like, ooh, the Fez in play? I'm not sure about that. Or the squawk in play. I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to do that. But like, I get to put my Pheasantipity into play. That's sick. Let's go. It doesn't feel like a liability. Fez should have 60 HP. 60? Is 1 HP away from dying to a Dusclops? We need Trash Lance with a 110 damage multiplier. I've been saying this for years. True. It's about to be a liability once I get my Greninja EX. True. Shut it down. Tell me you're a pole player without telling me you're a pole player. Yeah, the pole players just want to be able to knock out the Pheasantipity with the spread. Yeah, I think there definitely were some... I mean, I think there was probably some balancing errors with stuff like Pheasantipity. Like, it needs to feel like more of a liability. Like, also 1 retreat cost on it as well. Like, it has 1 retreat cost. On Pheasantipity is that if you play it down from behind, it isn't a liability. And that most decks already play liabilities like Ogerpon. Yeah, exactly. Fez would still be broken with 160 HP. It would definitely be different though, right? Because it'd be like one of those. It would definitely be different because it'd be something you could like target more aggressively with certain decks as well. Like you could more conveniently be like, oh, I can just go KO Fez now. It's got 160 HP instead, right? Like it's probably a little bit overtuned, but this is just power creep as usual. Nothing new here. Carry on. I'm not sure it is though. I don't know if that like really counts as power creep. I mean, I guess it. Like, Fez can exist with Pokemon that have 10 HP and Pokemon that have 300 HP. Cards like that just need to feel... It needs to feel like a liability to put that strong of a card in play. That's just how the PokemonTCG works. Like, Squawkabilly feels like a liability. Lumineon feels like a liability. Pheasantipity doesn't really feel like a liability when you put it into play, right? Just when you play the game, you're just like, I do not care. Go Pheasantipity. Right, because it allows you to pull off such a powerful play on your turn. Actually, that's part of it as well. It's like the way it enables your turn. The way it enables your turn, like makes it so that your opponent might not even be able to go chase your Pheasantipity as well. So it's like I put this thing in play that is a 2-prize Pokemon that has less HP than a Charizard, but because of the play I made, they can't go gust my Pheasantipity anymore. But I'm not saying like the PokemonTCG doesn't feel terrible right now. I'm just saying like, yeah, I also just don't think the PokemonTCG feels terrible right now. I think it feels fine. Like it's a fine format. It's a fine meta. A lot of fine decks in this fine format we got here. People shouldn't hate on Fez. They should hate other things like Ancient Box. True. I think it really does feel terrible to play. Well, that's what I can like empathize or sympathize with a little bit for the people who say it. Like, I can understand how you would dislike the current gameplay of the PokemonTCG right now. Does Lumineon really feel like a liability? At least when I play Lugia, it feels irrelevant if I'm ahead or if their deck doesn't play hands. I mean, it's not like not every matchup it'll matter in. I feel like it matters a little bit more though. I don't know. Like part of it is also like losing the bench space for something that you can't get continued value out of as well, right? I think the current meta is too wide. Also, V-Stars need to go. We're coming up on that, right? Rotations, we're not that far away from rotation. It's coming up on it. Turn 1 is the only time the support Pokemon feel like a big liability IMO if you're trying to get a single prize board. Yeah, but you have those moments in the late game, right, where you like Iono them low to hope that they whiff some card or something, but then all of a sudden they could have Gust to KO Lumineon, right? And that becomes like a win condition, but like you gotta get your Iono or something. The last few years it happened in April, May though. I mean, I guess we are a little ways away. I say that, but it's like 6 months away. It's coming up in 6 months. Yeah, rotation's coming up in 6 months. It'll be like end of March, beginning of April time. So 6 months, but like or should Fez have 190 HP or less? It doesn't have that necessarily have more HP, but like more retreat. This is something to make it more of a liability, like more retreat costs, more HP, like anything. It just feels a little bit too efficient of a card. That's it. It doesn't feel like a liability when you put it on your bench. Looking forward to see how the game develops after rotation. AzulGG might be playable. Well, hold on. I don't know about that. Rotation gets rid of some pretty good cards, but I don't know if it's enough to make AzulGG good. Put it down to 60 HP. Fuck it. Yeah, may as well. Let's just like end it. Let's just kill the bird. Just do away. But then no, wait. You say that. Listen, you say that. But then what happens when we can Buddy Poffin for our Pheasantipity? So you say you want to go down to 60 HP. You say that now. But when I Buddy Poffin for my Pheasantipity, I don't know if you'll be saying the same thing. It's got to be 80 HP. Yeah, it's got to have that Turtwig health, the 80. Bring those numbers up a little bit. Eighty HP and 2 retreat. Yeah, 80 HP and 2 retreat. It's funny to think all the flack that Shaman caught for being such a liability, and people being mad about Lysander Shaman game. Now nobody gives a damn about a 2-price support Pokemon. Yeah, like Shaman's a really good example. That's a good example of Shaman. You appreciate that gifted sub anonymous over to Sandy Shades. Shaman's a really good example. It felt terrible to put Shaman in play. Shaman felt like such a huge liability, unless you were playing like Mega Ray, right? Like Mega Ray was like an outlier though. It wasn't like the Mega Ray was like an outlier in terms of that, right? Mega Ray was good deck, but you put like a bunch of Shamans in play, but it felt like a liability. Did Dene as well hate on that guy for me? Didn't feel like that much of a liability. But that's because like the tag teams were so powerful. It was like hard to ignore. Did you really ignore that? Yo, appreciate the 5 gifted there. Control chills. Over to Chaos Ghost. The Swedish. Wait, the Swedish Fish Official. NPC Jake. And Dark Blossom. Also appreciate the gifted sub there, anonymous, over to Slim Shady. Welcome all to the pack. We got plenty of Pheasantipities, but we're all out of HP. I like how they took the Dedenne GX idea and made it more balanced with Squawk. I like that as well, yeah. I prefer Lele-like support Pokemon that aren't liabilities but aren't overpowered in the format. I think if something needs to be a liability to be balanced, the effect should just probably not exist at all. I don't know if that's 100% true though, Jake, because I think Shaman's a good example of that, where it felt like decks that played Shaman that weren't Mega Ray felt pretty bad to put your Shaman in play, but you played it because like the consistency boost was like worth the trade-off, but then it was definitely something your opponent could take advantage of as the game progressed, right? Shaman ruined the format? I don't actually remember. It's been so long. Was it that bad back then? Then AGX was a more balanced version of Shaman. I don't know if I agree with that. I think Dedenne was better than Shaman for its time. Dedenne was insane. Crobat was the worst of them. Crobat was terrible. Crobat V was bad. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was like, maybe Crobat V is the balanced version of draw support Pokemon. Crobat V was like wasn't played that much besides like Eternatus, right? It was like sometimes played in some decks, but no one really played it that much. Shaman allowed decks like VV and Mega Ray to exist, which are super toxic. Was Mega Ray that toxic though? I think expanded Mega Ray was, but I feel like expanded Mega Ray was interesting. Like expanded Mega Ray being able to hex you every turn and one hit KO your active no matter what it was interesting, but I don't know if I would even say that was toxic. Crobat did the same thing as Shaman, right? Yeah, except you could only do it once a turn. Like, you cannot do multiple Crobat Vs. Negro is fine, but Night March and Plume and other stuff were too fast. Maybe. I haven't played that in so long. I don't even remember what everything was like back then, to be honest. You played Crobat at NAIC? I did, yeah. Multiplier per turn is where the cards get out of turn. I mean, then things can get more interesting for sure. But like, Kozinski's blog on XYA is really good and explains why Shaman was the problem and not trump card. The infinite scoop up engine. Yeah, what is Jason's website again? Doesn't Jason have like a website with all the blog posts? I don't remember the name of it. There we go. jclaxpokemon.com. Always the updates at the wrong time. It'd be that way sometimes. B-Seeker was crazy with trump card, Shaman. It was definitely interesting. Card was a problem, bro. Got rid of an entire loss condition alongside Via Seeker. Yeah. So it was like playing like a resource management Orangaroo in your deck. Right? Like effectively removes that. Appreciate the $5 super chat there, Vincent. I'm a man of my word. Thorns did not win Louisville. It did not. It had a pretty tough run, to be honest. I think the highest placing one was like in top 128 or something. Appreciate the 10 gifted as well there, Vincent. Over to Devin King, Freedom, Thomas Kurt, Not, Onion, player of Vidonite, Juan, your Penguins. Welcome all to the pack. Appreciate the support there, Vincent. I am predicting Iron Thorns to have a better performance, definitely at... I can't even... Like, yeah, I am predicting Iron Thorns to have a better performance at Lil, for sure. I think it's still, like, a pretty good play. Appreciate it, Vincent. Welcome all to the pack. Alright. Well, I think we're done. Dooming and glooming over the format. Like I said, I'm not personally... I don't dislike the game right now. Just because I have like, I think I have like a good, pretty good reference points. I feel like I have some pretty good reference points to always like draw back to be like, how does it feel? How does the game feel compared to Broken Lugia or ADPization? It's like, all right, it's not as bad. Well, it's not even close to as bad. That's what I should say. I I still very much enjoy the Pokemon TCG right now, so. And hopefully we never go back to those kind of formats ever again. I think this format is worse than Broken Lugia, but not worse than ADPization. I don't know. I would make the argument that Broken Lugia was maybe worse than ADPization. Well, we never got to fully feel the potential of ADPization's wrath. You appreciate the 41 months there, Pokedubs. We never really got to feel the full wrath of ADPization because of COVID, but I mean, two formats can be bad with one being worse than the other. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it could still be a bad format, but it doesn't feel bad. Like I have a reference point to be like, okay, this is what bad felt like. Do I feel like we're anywhere close to that? It's like no. I think the question is always like, do you enjoy? But I enjoyed playing Pokemon in the Broken Lugia format as well. I didn't like completely dislike playing the game. It was just like it was a really long format that was like broken. What was Broken Lugia? Like pre-rotation Lugia with Aurora energy and powerful energy and the dog, Stoutland. Silver Tempest Lugia. Yeah, like right when it came out. I have an opinion as to why Spiritomb isn't played as much with Rotom and Lumineon being most in top decks. I mean, it depends on like a deck's access to the card and if you have bench space bench space for the card. Like decks like Drago and Lugia don't really have bench space for a Spiritomb on their bench, really. Drago like a little bit more so, but like still like it's just awkward to try and get it onto your bench. Also, your accessibility to the card matters as well. You look at something like Michael Davidson's Lost Box and you have 4 Nest Ball, 4 Buddy Poffin, and like the 4 Buddy Poffin isn't overkill, but you have like an excess amount of them, right? So it's like pretty easy to get Spiritomb and get it into play and then like be able to lock down your opponent. Also, you have bench space to work with as well. You have the bench space to be able to support having that take up a bench spot on your bench. So it just comes down to like those factors. There's probably more decks that could be playing Spiritomb than currently are, maybe, but like yeah, all those are factors as to why like not everything is running as Spiritomb. But it does make me think like moving forward, if that's going to become like a bigger thing, decks like Charizard maybe want to like go back to like playing Cleffa more consistently. Would you build a Pikachu EX deck today? That is the plan. That's probably in the first deck we're going to build. I did want to show this Gaming Gen did add this to their website apparently, where it has the event date and then it has the scheduled registration opening, expected opening date. Wait, isn't there a registration for a tournament today? There is, right? Toronto? Oh, it has it right there. October 16th. Wait, 16th. Is it today or tomorrow? I thought it was today. Is registration for is tomorrow? Oh, I thought it was today. Well, it's good because they have the date there, so now you know. See, like I don't know why this, like if they already have like an idea of these times, they say opening dates and times are subject to change, but that's still like it's still good to like know this, right? Like but if they had that idea to begin with, like why did it take so long for them to like put it together on a thing? They want to surprise everyone, I guess. Do you think Terrapico should include both Manaphy and Lost Vacuum? Probably, yeah. You probably want to play both. Like, you literally can't beat Raging Bolt. Like, you can beat Raging Bolt. It's a lot harder to beat them if they have, like, 4 Bravery Charm, though. So, that is, like, one thing I'm predicting that is definitely going to change. Like, I do think there is a little bit of a adjustment period that has to happen with meta information. And back-to-back weekends of major tournaments in different regions doesn't allow for a ton of meta adaptation from the previous tournaments. Kind of depends on what happened. Nothing too ridiculously crazy happened at Louisville. The Lost Box getting second is probably the biggest thing, but I think it's been pretty reasonably exposed that the best way to play Raging Bolt is with a lot of Bravery Charms. So I would assume every Raging Bolt player will be playing 3+ Bravery Charm at Lille. So that's something you should definitely like play around moving forward for sure, because it is just the better way to play the deck. The better way to play Raging Bolt is with a lot of Bravery Charm. So Playing something like Vacuum and Terrapagos just kind of makes sense. These help make Pikachu popular. It feels like such a free win for Cloth. I'll do what I can. Does Brave Charm make it not mid? Bolt is still like a fine deck, but Brave Charm is definitely the best way to play it. Why not Bravery and Booster? Because putting Bravery Charm on your Ogre Pawns and your Pheasantipity is just as important, if not more important, in more matchups than putting it on your big guy. And the 10 more HP doesn't make a difference. 10 more HP on your Raging Bolt doesn't make a difference compared to the potential of putting it on an Ogre Pawn or a Pheasantipity. Back is also good to get Sinnoh out of play versus Noivern. True. Or get rid of 2 damage or of a damage 2 prize over Spalt. Also true. We need a tech in cleaning up Minchino. Wait, honestly though. Wait, you might be cooking there, Blue. Should we start adding... We need to start adding the cleaning up Minchino. Time is now. Okay, let me switch to this one. No, not that one. I have a button for it. There we go. The first thing we're gonna do today is put together my buy list. Put together the buy list for Surging Sparks. What are all the cards? All the cards to get. Manaphy didn't stop much this weekend. I mean, Lost Box will probably be more popular moving forward. Then there's Palkia. And yes, I know what Dusknoir does in the Palkia deck. You Dusknoir, you KO the Manaphy, and then you use Radiant Greninja anyways. But would you rather have 4 Pokemon in play or 3 Pokemon in play that they can Dusknoir Radiant Greninja combo? Also, sometimes they don't get the Dusknoir. They sometimes just don't get it. They sometimes just don't get the Dusknoir. So, if they don't get it, then your bench is protected. But even if they do get it, even if they get the Dusknoir, it like helps your prize variant. So instead of having 3 Charmander on your bench and they go Dusknoir, Radiant Greninja, you can have Manaphy plus 3 Dusknoir, and then they go Dusknoir, Radiant Greninja, and then you get to keep a Charmander, and then you get to go Candy Charizard next turn, and you don't have to like pull off a Thornton play or something like that. Look, you can get a lot of English scans straight from Pokemon. Wait, what do you mean? Well, I don't... Like, getting scans doesn't really do anything for me. You gave the full set list online? Oh, do we have access to the full set list? Dude, what did you do to this? You butchered the link, Del Cookie. You can just put the real link in the chat. Pokemon released full English scans of the whole set. Oh, what the heck? This is new. Have they done this before? Has Pokemon had like a page like this for a set release before? I've never seen a page like this before. Oh, he kind of be flipping. Wait, is this the first time they've ever done this? Like, why did I make the Cryogonal tilt so much? Oh, I have to like drag. It's pretty ahead of schedule as well. Like, when is this? Surging Sparks comes out in what, a couple weeks? Alright, so we can close that. What is this under? Expansions. Oh, did they have this for Stellar Crown as well? Other galleries, or is this like a new thing that they put out and they're just like backtracking the sets? They had this for Paldean Evolved. Oh, did they really? I don't think this was here before the release. So this is the first time they're doing it this soon. All right, some filters with the A-specs, special arts. Okay, so let's go through this here for the buy list. So this guy is, the evolution of this card is not good, but the evolution of this guy is not good, but this is like a really good attack. If there's ever a good execute in the future, this would be a really good card. I'd usually like adding those cards to my buy lists. So I think I'm gonna add execute as a 4 of to my, because like it's just a broken attack. Like if there's ever a good executor, you play the guy. How do you spell that? I always like to try and future-proof as much as possible. I'm working on a single prize deck with Tatsugiri, Crabominable, and Kofu. I'm also using Palafin for an alternate attacker. Kofu. You don't think Alolan Executor is broken? No, that card's terrible. I think it would be good in Drago, no? Executor? No. The card is just definitely just awful. Mid card. Like, you already have, like, Tina is already, like, a do-it-all, knock out a Pokemon. Duran here. When you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, during your turn, you may discard the top card of your opponent's deck. We talked about this card when it got revealed. This could be good in, like, a control deck, where this is, like, your milling option, right? You, like, sudden shearing, and then you penny it up, and then you pass, and then you bench it, sudden shearing, and then you penny it up, and then you pass. Should I add it to my buy list though? I don't know. I don't know if Durant makes it, to be honest. Once your turn, if this Pokemon's in the active spot, you may make your opponent's active asleep. Pretty broken. Actually, that's like not bad. It does have 2 retreat costs though. It's 2 retreat costs and it's a stage 1. But that ability is actually not bad. We've seen this before on what it's called. Oh, but Musharma was like a flip, right? I don't remember. You recommend I check out the Water Tauros? Alright, I'll read it. Dude, this Relor artwork. I just don't even know what to think about this artwork. It's like when someone sets up their phone to take like a picture, but then they're out of frame. They're like too close to the camera. They're closer than they thought. Like I might post a list on Discord after. Yeah. Like, I just don't know what to think about this card. Like, it literally is like someone set up a camera to take a picture and then they got too close to the camera or something and they took the picture. Relor didn't realize it was on front facing. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Dude, such a ridiculous, like, and you look at like all the, like, the funny thing is though, is like, just look at these other artworks of cards, right? Like, can you use the arrow keys to go to the next card? No. Even this one's pretty simple, but like, yeah, look at all these other artworks of cards, like, and then you just go to this. Like, these are nice, right? They're all nice looking and stuff. like an up close. It's up close, like half of a picture of Relor. Like, oh, it was meant to be dumb. I know, but it's just so silly. It's so silly. Oh. Why is he 40 HP? Also, that's criminal. He's weak. He's squishy. Oh. Appreciate the 7 months there, AJ. POV, you have 3 cards left in your deck. If there are 3 or fewer cards in your deck, this attack also does 120 to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon? Wait, hold on. That hazardous greed, though. Oh, I didn't realize there was a bunch of cards that did these things. What does this do? Maybe put all energy. I had to like click on them and then like not hover over them. Put all energy attached to this Pokemon into your hand. You have... Wait. You may put all energy attached to this Pokemon into your hand. To have this attack do... Wait, isn't that... To have this attack do 80 more damage. That feels like it's things aren't usually worded that way, right? Is this new wording? New wording unlocked in the PokemonTCG? This attack is translated poorly. Yeah, that's so weird. Like reading that, it's like I've never read a Pokemon card that way before. To have this attack do 80 more damage. So it does 160. Usually it's the if you do. Yeah. That's what I was missing. I was like, what is it usually though? It is usually if you do. Before doing damage, discard all tool cards from your opponent's active Pokemon. Bro, they literally printed... Have you guys seen the... I think I saw Isaiah Chevelle do a tweet about it, but there's like some Japanese player or whatever who every time there's like a new tool card that gets released posts the Reverum with 4 of the tool attached to it. They printed a counter to the Reverum there. Just made me think of that. All right, let's see here. 50. This attack does 30 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Hey, this wouldn't be bad in the Evolution series. I mean, 50-30? That's not terrible, to be honest. That's not terrible. Not terrible. Victini, Victory Cheer. Attacks used by your Evolution Fire Pokemon do 10 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. I mean, this definitely makes the buy list. The question is at like what count, though? I'm not sure. How many of these should I put onto the buy list? 2, probably? Like, I could definitely see an Evolution Fire deck playing like 2 of these. 1 or 2. Probably 2, right? How you spell it? Yeah. It'll be 5 cents. Why not buy 4? I guess maybe is that how I should approach these? Well, some of the EXs though I don't want. I guess like if it is like a card like this, should I just put it down as a 4 of on my buy list? Like if it's stuff like Victini, should I put it as like a 4 of? EXs would just be the bigger thing where it's like, because I'm trying to like create a, when I do the buy list, I'm trying to do it with like, okay, what do I want to put out there that'll be like, okay, if you're trying to be competitive, this is what I would personally have access to. But like, I'm not trying to like make someone buy like me personally, I get 4 of a copy of every copy of every card in the set because I'm paranoid. But obviously I'm trying to put out there something that someone can like look at and be like, okay, what does Azul think is competitive that I should like maybe have access to from this set, right? I'm always doing it with just like the idea of like never more than 4. I'm never thinking about like multiple decks in mind. I'll let you guys do that math for yourselves. Save your 5 cents. The extra 2 gonna eat dust in the binder. You can reasonably assume that uncommon and common Pokemon will be dirt cheap. Well, yeah, for sure. They're not gonna be very much. Dirge. You do be unaware though. Prevent all effects of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon. And then 60 damage and there's 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon. Oh, this is supposed to combo with the Victini. Literally, they gave us the Skeletor's Victini deck. Interesting. Wait, but how are we supposed to play Area 0 with this? Obviously, this card is not good, but it could be. It might be good. You kind of have to play this with Magma Basin, though, is the problem. All right, Armor Rouge, the Crimson Blaster. Bro, they've given us... I said this last time when we looked at the card. Flame Ogrepon. Oh, true, you could, yeah. Flame Pawn. Victini's intended for Saraledge? I don't think so. Discard. Is this effect not the effect of Mist Energy? What was it again? Just prevent all effects, right? Of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon. Yeah. Discard all fire energy from this Pokemon that's attacked as 180 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. They've given us so many Armor Rouge cards. Will there ever actually be a good Armor Rouge deck, though? Like an Armor Rouge Saraledge box or something. I don't think so, right? I don't think it'll ever happen. Saraledge, 160. Honestly, the quality of these cards is not that high. The text is kind of blurry. Am I somehow viewing these in like a lower quality than... This is definitely like 720p quality card scans. Just got all special energy from all of your opponent's Pokemon. It's interesting. This could be a cool tech as a one-of, I guess, in the Saraledge EX deck, right? For like, could this be like a good Lugia tech? The Saraledge in the Saraledge deck. Azul, I'm headed to Toronto Regional. This is my first regional. How do I prepare skill-wise to do well in the competition? Pick a deck, play with the deck. A lot. They're just giving us the TCG live quality. True, they're not trying to break the immersion. They're trying to keep you locked in on like a certain playing level of quality. Makes sense. Works against Terrapagos too. I think I'm going to add one Saraledge to the buy list. Saraledge EX, what do we think? Well, if I put the baby Saraledge on the buy list, I have to add Saraledge EX to the buy list. So I guess the question should be, Mist Energy? Oh, true. How good do I think Saraledge EX is? Hey, let me delete this guy real fast. How good do I think Saraledge EX is? I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I mean, if I add it to the buy list, it's going to be a 4, but I would never add 2. I'd add enough for the... I'd add enough to make the deck, which I would be... Sometimes you might play 3, but I would probably add 4 to the buy list. I don't know if I think it's good enough. I don't know if I think it's good enough to make it its way to the buy list. It's like a super okay card. It's an okay deck. It's just a deck that 1 KOs your opponent's active. It's just Raging Bolt, but it's an evolution. So just popping up a little in City Leagues. Just a very little bit. But what do I think its like potential is? Do I actually think it's like a good deck? Do I think it could ever be a good deck? That's like the criteria I'm putting on the card. Is like, do I ever think it could be good? If I don't think it'll ever be good, then I'm not going to add it to the buy list. Define good. Like, will it ever reach the potential of like this format? I think like do I ever think it'll reach the potential of decks like Raging Bolt? Or no, it doesn't have to consistently be as good as those decks, but will it ever get to that point in like a meta or a format? Will it become like a good deck in a format like Raging Bolt or Dusknoir? Like, to name good decks right now, you got like Raging Bolt, Charizard, Dusknoir, Regidrago, Lugia. Like, will ever reach those with that caliber? It doesn't have to be at that caliber at that caliber for as long as some of those decks have been, but will it get to that point at some point? What we call just called Bolt good. I mean, Bolt is a good Pokemon TCG deck. It is a fine deck in the meta. Will people ever put this card on a regionals tier list? Oh, that could be a way to kind of like think about it as well. Yeah. Will this archetype ever make its way to a regional tier list? A major tournament tier list? I don't know. I don't know if it will. Because it's like nothing, like it's not bringing anything new to the table, right? When something brings something new to the table, it's a lot easier to be like, oh, there's more potential here. But this is literally just another, it's like the same as Raging Bolt or Golden Go or so many other decks, right? It's like the same as like so many other decks. It's like, it's not bringing anything new to the table. So it's a lot harder to predict how good this card will potentially be in the future. Turn 2 potential to KO anything seems good. Well, yeah, but Raging Bolt has that turn 1. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's not, like, if you're not better than Raging Bolt and you're just a 2 pricer that 1-hit KO stuff, then you're just not, you're never going to be good, right? You need to bring something different to the table. Raging Bolt or Golden Go. Like, Golden Go also seems better than this because you have, like, Palkia and Radiant Greninja in there. So they are, it's a 2 price deck that 1-hit KO is the active, but it has, like, a little bit more depth to it in terms of strategy choices. You can stay single price and not just lose on coin flip. It's true. All right, we'll add it. It might not make it to the final. I'm still gonna think on it. It might not make it to the final product. Also, do we need any cadets? This is why we have this open. Are these new cadets? Dude, there's so many. This is insane, bro. For how little Armarouge has been played, why is there 10? Wait, no. Some of these are reprints, right? Oh, there's 3 Heat Blast ones. Why is there so many Char cadets, bro? It's insane how many Armarouges and Saraledges have been printed. When was the last time there was a card that was this bad that was printed this much? They love this guy so much. I mean, I guess like Arceus Armarouge has been like the one time this deck has like done something. All right, so we have 80 HP, 2 retreat cost, and then we have 70 HP, 1 retreat cost, Will-O-Wisp for 1. Will-O-Wisp looking pretty good, to be honest. Is this the new one? The new cadet? I guess sometimes you might want to be able to do 60 damage with Heat Blast, but this one's definitely worth picking up, right? Is the 80 HP one worth picking up? Can't Poffin. It seems bad, right? Except it does 70 damage, so like something was weak to, so you could like KO like a Charmander with Flamethrower as a 1 pricer. None of the other ones can hit for 70. But that 2 retreat cost, not being able to Poffin for it. This one definitely makes the cut. So 4 Char Cadet. But what about the 80 HP one? Does this guy make the cut? I'm not sure about this guy. I like the artwork, to be honest. HP does not make the cut. Seems mid for the art. We're not collectors out here. We're gamers. We're players. I said right 3 fire energies to it. With the other Armarouge, with the Armarouge that moves fire energy around. I would assume that's how we're gonna get it set up. All right, we're gonna not add this one, I think. But now that I added Saraledge, I think I should add Saraledge. Okay. Scovillain doesn't make it. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this artwork. I don't really look at Pokemon artwork too much. You know, I'm not really a collector in that. But look at this artwork. This artwork's pretty sick, right? The gouging fire. You just go back to this. Dude. All right, someone said to read the Tauros. Put up to 2 energy, attach your opponent's active Pokemon stage 2, your active stage 2 Pokemon into their hand. It's pretty good against Charizard, pretty good against Dragapult. Scovillain is a Zard killer for sure, dude. All right, hold up. I mean, it's what? It's Grass and Fire. 70 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. Dude, this is so bad. You have to be playing a Magma Basin Fire deck, and then even if 140, even if you Magma Basin to this thing once, you still don't even KO Charizard. Like, this thing is terrible. Thrusting up horns, honestly, it's a pretty decent control card, I feel like, here. Put a double turbo on that thing. Dude, I'm struggling. Oh, you need is Gape Jaw Bog. Oh, perfect. So now I have to put Gape Jaw Bog in play turn 1, bench my Pokemon, and then put Magma Basin in play. Then I have to play 2 stadiums, and I have to get them in the tempo of turn 1, turn 2. This deck is 50 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Not good. Melodic, very good. Prevent all damage and effects from attacks from your opponent's Terra Pokemon done to this Pokemon. Very good card. But the question is, how many? What should the count be? Like 2 Melodic EX? Is it something that we'd ever play? Is it ever like a 4/4 Melodic EX deck? Does that ever exist? And then Feebas. Switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. That's pretty good. 30 HP, leap out. Let's see. Is it the best Feebas, though? Also, we want to think about, like, rotation as well. One retreat, 30 HP. They all have 30 HP, right? They're all weak. Feebas has seen some stuff. It definitely has. So Ascension is, like, one of the best Feebas, but this rotates. Check for an energy, reveal it, and put your hand. Draw up power is not bad either. We should probably include this Feebas, yeah. Because the best one rotates eventually. For your Fang, 6 damage on your opponent's next turn. Pokemon that have 2 or less energy attached can't attack. This includes new Pokemon that come into play. No good. Cure Me X is interesting. If your opponent's active Pokemon is a dragon Pokemon, it is now paralyzed. This seems decent as like a one of. It's just one of those cards. It's like you never know when something like this could be good if dragon Pokemon are just that good right now. This Pokemon is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon. Not good. Up tempo. You must put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck in order to use the ability once on your turn. You may draw until you have 5 cards in your hand. On a stage, the ability is good. On a stage 2, though, I mean, it's not that good, right? Less damage from attacks. No good. Ever go to pre-release events? Not anytime recently. No. It's been a while. This attack does 50 less damage for each retreat in your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost. Then the Chi and Pow is pretty good. Snow Sink. When you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, during your turn, you may discard a stadium card and play. Alright. 1 Chi and Pow, right? It's pretty good. Pikachu EX. The question is not if, but how many. Is Pikachu EX going to be its own deck? Definitely very good in Miraidon, for sure. But will it be its own deck? I'm not sure. If it is its own deck, how many would you play? I feel like you'd maybe play 4 if it was its own deck, to be honest. Four for the most looping before you have to heal. Possibly. 2 in Miraidon. It might just be 1 in Miraidon, to be honest. It could be 2. want to open it since it has the ability, right? Well, I mean, it kind of depends if you're going first or second, right? This thing also takes metal energy on top of everything else. Jeez. Whatever count Mewtwo X is. Mewtwo X is usually at a count of 1. Are we thinking this won't be its own deck? Grass is fine because Ogre Palm, but metal seems weird to me to get on. Well, the way you play this is definitely... You definitely Joltik. So the way you play this card is you definitely Joltik to it. And then you have Magneton as a follow-up. Yeah, so you play it with Joltik Magneton. Like, you go second, bench 2 Pikachus, Joltik to them, and then you have Magneton as like a follow-up. Blissey and Trumpets? Bro, that's... Yeah, y'all are cooked for Blissey Trumpets. There could be something with Blissey Trumpets. That sounds kind of cooked, but maybe. I guess you could do Blissey Trumpet Area 0. Alright, maybe not. Maybe it'd be okay. Do you like Joltik first? I mean, it's way easier than the Galvantula. Yeah, true. New Terrapagos with this? Joltik's just better, I'm pretty sure, than Terrapagos. Joltik is just worse than the new non-EX Terrapagos, though, yeah? Well, no, it gets more energy. It gets 1 more energy, though. I guess it depends on like what else you're running. If you're running like E-Switch Blissey, or not E-Switch, if you're running Trumpet Blissey, then maybe it'd be fine. Run E-Switch Trumpet Owls. Is that really better than Blissey Trumpet? All right, it sounds like we think this thing has potential, though, right? But how many would we ever play in the deck? Would it be 4? I think it would just be 4. It seems like it has potential. If we ever go into like a super aggressive 2-prize KO format, like Pikachu's kind of king, right? Like it doesn't die. Can't you charge it with Magneton? I mean, you can, yeah, but you're giving your opponent a prize card. And that's also like turn 2 because you have to wait to evolve. So it's what, 2-2 or 2 Magneton for sure. It's for like a 2-2 line if you're ever playing it in a deck. Max 1-1 or 2-2. How many Magnemite would we, or is that the best Magnemite? That's what I mean to ask. It's got that Lightning Ball for 20 for 1 Lightning, 1 Retreat, cost 6 HP. I guess Magnetic Charge is the best one, but has 50 HP, which Dusclops goes after. Which with one of your bench Pokemon isn't bad as well, but hard retreating is also fine. I don't know how often the 20 damage would ever come up. I mean, this one's still, like, yeah, the Lightning Ball for 20 definitely could have its merits, so I guess this one makes the list. The Magnezone, Mighty Magnetism, 80 for lane double colors. Your opponent's active is not confused. During your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon, that Pokemon can't retreat. I kind of like that wording better, to be honest. Your opponent's active Pokemon is not confused. During your opponent's next turn, that Pokemon can't retreat. Instead of saying the defending Pokemon can't retreat. Because saying the defending Pokemon is definitely something where people get confused all the time when they're newer to the game. Because they don't understand that the defending Pokemon is the Pokemon that you attacked, not the Pokemon that's in the active spot. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't use Zap Cannon. Pretty bad. All right, we go next. Rotom. The Rotom seems decent. I mean, we're just going to add it as a one of. And I'll read it here in a second for anyone who doesn't know. For 1 lightning energy, Crushing Pulse. Your opponent reveals their hand. Discard all item cards and tool cards you find there. Tool cards are pretty good right now. Been pretty good for a while. Item cards have always been pretty good. So it's a pretty good attack. I mean, we're not gonna like play this in everything. Like, I'm not putting this in my Raging Bolt deck, I don't think. But as like a control disruption card, there's probably some even some like pseudo control decks that could play something like this in there as well. Only 1 install. It will run more than that. Yeah. No, you'd only ever run 1, I think. Card is totally fine. It's just fine. I think it's only ever a 1-up. Like, I don't think you'd ever play more than 2 of these. Like, you're doing it on like 1 big turn and that's it. And then you'd play like Night Stretcher or something, recover it. It's very good against stuff like Dragapult and Charizard and Raging Bolts. But like the timing of it is like awkward. I don't know how good it'll end up being, but it should make it as a 1-of on the buy list. Return charge. Switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. If you do, attach up to 2 basic lightning energy from your hand to this Pokemon. It does 40 more damage for each lightning energy attached to this Pokemon. 40 plus 40 more. Pretty mid. Miraidon. Code Protect. Lightning Colorless, 40 damage. During your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to each of your future Pokemon by attacks from Pokemon EX. If this Pokemon is no longer the active Pokemon, this effect ends. So this is a pretty good attack. So they are still printing future Pokemon. Is that the only future Pokemon we're getting here? There's an ancient Pokemon. They are still printing ancient and future Pokemon. Okay. The attack is obviously good. I don't know if it would like ever come up. There's got to be like a matchup where this would be good in a future deck in the future, right? Future deck in the future. Isn't it bad because you're gusting it away anyway since it's a 1 prized? Well, but that's the thing is like, what if they run out of gust effects though, right? Yeah, what happens if your opponent runs out of gust effects or something? Or you can wall at the end of the game. Quad Thorns. It does just auto win Thorns. Well, no, if they play catchers, they could catcher and re-gust it up. But what does code stand for? That is a good question. Yeah, what does code stand for? I think we'll add it as a 1-up to the buy list. I don't know, I always like having like unique cards like that available. This card I think sucks. Chat, does anyone in chat genuinely think this card will actually be good? Chief Optimal Directive Engine. Good in GLC. That does sound... could be decent in GLC. Search your deck for up to 2 basic Psychic Energy cards and attach them to one of your bench Pokemon, then shuffle your deck. That's actually not bad. I'm gonna put a couple Smoochums on there. That's pretty good, actually. I don't know what deck you'd play this in, but that's not bad. Pop him for this turn 1, retreat into it, accelerate 2 energy, chill. 2 Latias EX also makes it on there. That card is broken. All right, so now the question, Azumarill. I don't know. I mean, hitting for 230 damage every single turn is pretty good. For a single Psychic Energy is like not bad. They just bench like a Fighting Ogerpon as your Terra Pokemon in play. And then you just do 230 damage for a Psychic Energy every turn. I don't know if that's like good enough though. This will probably be bad. Monkey Dory the damage off. I mean, I think our active is getting KO'd every turn though, right? Pair with Monkey? I don't think it's gonna work though. Our active is just gonna get KO'd every single turn, right? Yeah, I don't think this card's gonna be very good. This card's gonna probably be bad. I'm not gonna add Azumarill, I don't think. don't know. It does do like that KO's Ogre Pawn. It doesn't KO Raging Bolt, but we could make up the Raging Bolt damage somehow. Or maybe I'm coming around on it a little bit. 2-hit KO stuff like Charizard. We want to KO Rotoms. Maybe I'm coming around on it a little bit. Azumarill with Doxmon EX for heal. Well, we don't need to heal it. That won't be a problem. It trades up with 2 Prodigy, which isn't terrible. Goes Terapagos. Does KO Terapagos. There's no way it's good, though. There's no way. I'm going to skip it. I'm going to skip it. I'm making a judgment call here. It's bad. Steel Dive, 50 damage. Kind of broke him. All right, these are all bad. Evolve the Underworld. Put 60 damage on each Pokemon that has an ability, both yours and your opponent's. I don't think this is good enough. Sylveon EX, I think, also does not make the cut. I don't think Sylveon EX is good enough either. What's the ability on Azumarill? It attacks for a single psychic energy if... Don't forget Latias. I already got Latias. Sylveon Goated, what do you mean? Sylveon is essentially at 370 HP stage 1 though, right? 370 HP? Where are you getting 370 HP? Oh, from the attack. No, not really. Yeah, I don't think Sylveon's going to be very good. Sylveon is BDIF? I'm not sure about that. Oxy's not worth including in the buy list? What, do damage on each of your opponent's Pokemon? Oh, the Uxie is actually interesting. Yeah, we can maybe add one of Uxie, actually. That actually might even be good in... Could you actually play that in a Guardy deck with like a TM Devo Guardy build? That's actually interesting. Actually doesn't sound terrible. You go up against like a Charizard or a Dragapult, or like a mirror match, you just spread 20s while you use some Monkey Dories, and then next turn you just Devo everything. Not that it's the end all be all, but I don't think Sylveon done anything in Japan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it hasn't, yeah. All right. Now, I think the Meowstic has potential in the future. I'm not going to add the Meowstic, though, I don't think. Well, I think this does have potential in the future, though. Right now, probably not, but... Meowstic says... What does it say again? You must discard a chill teaser toy. What was it called? Relaxing teaser? A chill teaser toy card from your hand in order to use this ability. Once on your turn, you may switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot. That doesn't seem terrible. It doesn't seem that great right now. Oh, the Dedenne is good. I should add the Dedenne as well. Good call. Like right now, that doesn't seem great, but I'm expecting Boss to rotate. But Boss rotates 2 years from now. That is a ways away before Meowstic would become good. It could be good before then, possibly, though, right? Chill teaser toy. It is the chill teaser toy. What does that even mean? Is there teaser toys that are unchill? Like... What gives me the indication that Boss rotates? They have reprinted it all recently, and then they're giving us cards like Meowstic and Lucia's Appeal, which are like pseudo gust effects or gust effects with conditions. All right, continue here. I'm gonna shelf the Meowstic for now. Catch up to 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. Nope. I added the Dedenne to the list. Tapu Lele. Your opponent's active is now. If your opponent's active is now confused, this attack does 90 plus 90 more. Nope. Palisand's not good. Indeedy. When you place Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, you may heal 30 damage from your active Pokemon, and it recovers from a special condition. Seems worth it as a as a way to heal paralysis. No Sylveon? No Sylveon. I don't think it's gonna be good. Also, Chantel was printed. True. Flittle, new Flittle. Flip a coin of heads during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effective attacks done to this Pokemon. Is that optimal? It doesn't have the free retreat though. But hold up. I mean, it might be worth still. This is the one that people have been playing because it has the free retreat. But having a flip a coin of heads, you can't hit me attack is pretty good. Is it worth not having free retreat? It could be, right? Try and wall for a turn. It could be optimal Flittle moving forward. It could be optimal Flittle moving forward. More ancient cards. Move all damage counters from one of your benched ancient Pokemon to the opponent's active Pokemon. During your next turn, attacks used by the defending Pokemon do 30 less damage. Seems pretty bad. This Pathra. De-evolve one of your opponent's evolved Pokemon by putting the highest stage evolution onto it into your opponent's hand. Seems bad. The Gimme Ghoul, though, on the other hand, is broken. Absolutely busted. Minor errand running for a colorless energy. Search your deck for 2 basic energy cards. Reveal them and put them to your hand. That's a 4 of. Is it just spelled like that? It is just spelled like... Wait. Yeah. A 1 of an ancient box? Maybe. I don't think so. Yeah, if we're gonna place his 70 HP gimmies with 2 retreat costs, this is the one now. Be more of that ghoul. This is not a good card for Guardy. No, it's way too slow in Guardy. What are main combos with Screamtail and Guardy? I mean, not really. No, not really. It's like a technical combo slash synergy, but it's not good. There's no like merit to it. Think Gatron is good or not? We'll talk about the Gatron here in a second. I think probably nah, but I need to go make lunch. I'm getting hungry, so I will be right back. I'm gonna make lunch, and then we'll continue putting together the rest of this buy list, and then we're gonna work on some Surging Sparks builds. A lot of the builds honestly might just be like upgrades, like updates. We'll see. But yeah, I will be right back. That's on the wrong side of the screen. What the heck? All right. Where were we? We're talking. We're into the fighting Pokemon now. Wait, what does this scatter emote even look like? Oh, wait, there's not a scatter emote. Oh, there's like some emote you guys were doing with the scatter. You had baby Sarah to the buy list? I did, yeah. One of baby ledge. I need a good deck list with Garchomp EX. I think it has potential. It doesn't. I've got some bad news for you. Garchomp has no potential. Mid card. Actually, just bad cards, not even mid card. We need a Reller emote. Just like the artwork. I'm gonna burn my tongue. All right. No good. Destined fight. Both active Pokemon are knocked out. Not very good. If the defending Pokemon is a basic Pokemon, it can't attack during your opponent's next turn. Interesting, but probably bad. Guarded rolling. One fighting, two colors. Discard 2 energy from this Pokemon during your opponent's next turn. This Pokemon takes 100 less damage from attacks. Nope. Flygon. So I saw someone in chat earlier saying Flygon was good, or they thought it would be. Pretty sure this card sucks. At the reversing storm for 130 for a fighting, you may switch this Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon. Seems bad. It's just bad, right? Give me one good Flygon card, please. It's been a little while, I feel like, for sure. This attack does 100 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. That's good enough. That is funny, yeah, you mentioned that. What'd you say? This card, it's a great card until you realize a lot of EX are Terras. Yeah. Makes things a little bit more interesting for Flygon. All right, we got the Don here. Hold up. Oh, does it not? So I want to know if your business email is the best way to contact you. Yes, Nikki. This is only your opponent's attacks effects. I believe it is, yeah. Okay. Gastrodon. Is it good? As long as this Pokemon is on your bench, benched stage 2 Pokemon, both yours and your opponents have no abilities. Now you read that, and the first time I read it, I was like, okay. Are they cooking? And I don't think they're cooking. I do not think they're cooking. I think this card is probably just bad. The problem is it has to be benched. That's the problem. Also, yeah, it dies to Dusknoir. It can just get gusted up. Yeah, it's only bench. Doesn't it stop Pidgeot? No, because Pidgeot has free retreat. So you just push up Pidgeot, use quick search, retreat Pidgeot, repeat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing just sucks. What's spinning? No Archeops with Gastrodon? Okay, against Chops, to be honest. Against Lugia specifically, it does seem okay. But that's not enough, I don't think, to play like a stage 1. But that is a good point. Against Lugia specifically. But they also play 4 boss. So they're just going to boss it up. Because this thing also has to be on the bench. Not only does the stage 2 have to be on the bench, but the Gastrodon itself has to be on the bench. Just run 2? Sure. Alright. This Glamora actually's attack is interesting. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned. During your opponent's next turn, energy can't be attached to your opponent's active from your opponent's hand to that Pokemon. It doesn't say they can't retreat, but you can't retreat if you can't attach energy, so it's not good. It's an interesting attack, though. This card probably makes the buy list. For 2 colorless, Unrelenting Onslaught, 30 damage, plus 150 more if one of your ancient Pokemon used an attack during your last turn, one of your other ancient Pokemon. I don't think we'll see like an ancient box with like a lot of these. Well, maybe. Would you play this in ancient box? What's weak to fighting right now? Pheasantipity. Seems great in Bolts. Yeah, it could be the best one prizer in Bolt, maybe, but that's about it, right? Maybe as a 1 of or 2 of in Roaring Moon Ancient. Turtles, Hands. Would you ever play 4 of these in an ancient box though? Probably not, because opening it's so bad, right? Because you can't attack. If you the first attack you do is only going to do 30 damage, which isn't very good. So you don't want to play like 4 of these. It was like a 1 of, I think. The other thing we have to keep in mind is that ancient box sucks. So you can't actually ever use this card. All right, what do we think about Hydreigon? Would you play instead of Slithering in any of the versions of Ancient Box? You already don't play Slithering in Ancient Box, but like in like Ancient, like Raging Bolt, you would maybe. To confirm, does it stop Dusknoir? Yes, it would stop Dusknoir if Dusknoir's on the bench, but all you have to do is put your Dusknoir in the active and then use its ability, and then you're good to go. It will see play in some deck, not sure which. The Hydreigon, it would have to be its own deck. It would have to be its own deck. Yeah, its attack Obsidian is what you definitely would play around. 130, and then 130 to two of your opponent's bench Pokemon. For Psychic, Dark, Metal, Colorless, we have Dark Patch, Energy Gain. What else do we have? Crispin, Turbo Energize. we do just kind of get bopped by like a Manaphy, right? Like that sounds kind of annoying. Of course, Manaphy does rotate coming up. I don't think this card has potential to be good. He's just drawing? Bro, this artwork is so cute. What the heck? It's just a Strudel drawing with his tooth. This is why Strudel's number 1. I doubt this is any good. This attack does 40 more damage for each energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon. What's the first attack? Probably still not good enough though, right? Yeah. All right. New Registeel. New Registeel just dropped. Wait, are there any other Regis? No, no, no. Reggie's getting an upgrade right before they rotate. 10 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. That's not very good. That's not very good. Reggie's we haven't seen a new Reggie in a while. But usually when they come out with Reggies, they come out with all the Reggies, right? Is this the beginning of all the Reggies being re-released, or? Maybe I'm wrong on that. All right. If your opponent has 3 or more bench Pokemon, this attack does 80 more damage. All right, let's see which Duraludon is better. I think this is the better one in general, but this one can get hit harder as a one prizer. So I could see this being the better one. So I think this one is worth it. Well, hold on. It's worth it if we think Archlodon is worth it. I was a little bit more hype on this card when I first read it. I don't know how I feel about it now. I was definitely more hype on this card when I first read it. It seemed like it had everything in it in like a single card. Now I'm not too sure how I feel about Archlodon. How many fire decks are even played? Well, Raging Bolt just one-hit KOs you. Radzard one-hit KOs you. So both of those one-hit KO you. Dusknoir plus a punch KOs you. That's fair. You're actually not weak to fire. If you attack, that is fair. Maybe it does have the potential. All right, well, let's add him. Let's add Archlodon. Actually, we need to think about like the future a little bit as well. Like, do I think it has potential outside of, well, like when Radzard rotates? All right, Golden Go. I think this is probably, this is not like that good, but I think I would include it as a one of in Golden Go potentially. So I'm gonna add this as a one of. It seems a little weak, but like there could be enough. Like you could go like Iono to 1 plus, or Iono to 2 plus attack with a 1 prizer, right? It could be worth it. Saves you from Mimikyu. It does give you an attacker that can attack into Mimikyu. This card's just bad, right? The leading slash. I guess it could be good in a future box as a metal attacker. Do we have any metal attackers right now that are better than this? I don't think so. For a future box, this might be the one. Future box just sucks. I don't think future box has potential. All right, Executor. I talked about this earlier. I think Executor is just bad. Even in Regidrago, I think it's bad. But okay, that would be the only question. But Regidrago rotates so quickly. Like, do I think this card would be good in Regidrago before Regidrago rotates? Well, it's not that quickly. Regidrago doesn't rotate that quickly. We still got 6 months, I guess. Yeah, the first attack, 150. You may attach any number of basic energy cards from your hand to your Pokemon any way you like. It's not that good in Drago. It's like okay. It's not bad though. Usually want to be using like a more impactful attack though. And then swinging, it's fine. Flip a coin if heads, knock out your opponent's active basic Pokemon. If tails, knock out one of your opponent's bench basic Pokemon. But your opponent's active has to be a basic Pokemon. So you have to like gust up a basic Pokemon and then you knock out that or the bench one. I don't even know. Do you reckon they're going to bring rotation forward to EYC? No, they won't do that. It just doesn't seem that good. I think they just have better options. I think Regidrago would never play this. I just don't think Regidrago would play this. If you flip heads and it's a non-basic, you do nothing? Exactly. If the active is not a basic Pokemon and you get heads, you just don't do anything. And then by itself, I think it's also bad. By itself, I think it's also bad. It'll KO Pikachu, though. That's true. It could KO Pikachu. That is fair. Maybe played it both with Charms picks up. Maybe. All right. Maybe you guys are convincing me. Maybe as a one of Drago, it would be okay. I think by itself, it's terrible. In Drago, maybe. I mean, 1 in Drago is all you need. Damage and energy attach is pretty nice for it. I feel like you would just still wouldn't play it, though. That's like my thing. I feel like you wouldn't play it. KO Pikachu on a coin flip? It depends how good Pikachu is, though. Drago's currently KO'ing any basic currently. No reason to add it. Well, if you have Tina in there, but then you could just play... Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Are any of these other dragon Pokemon worth it? Flip a coin of heads during your opponent's next turn. Prevent all damage onto this Pokemon by attacks. Search your deck for 2 cards. Shuffle your deck and then put those 2 on top in your deck in any order. This attack does 40 damage for each basic energy attached to this Pokemon. Discard energy from your opponent's active Pokemon EX. It's kind of memey. 1 damage for each damage power on your opponent's active Pokemon. If anyone can't attack. Ooh. That one's interesting. Melting Sweetness. Does that ever make its way into a Regidrago deck? During your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon can't attack. $230 discard state of in play. If you can't, this attack does nothing. If your opponent's active as a Pokemon EX, this attack does 18 more damage. So not very good. Okay. Oh, one more. For the top 10 cards of your deck, you may put any number of Pokemon you find there onto your bench. Shuffle the other cards back into your deck. Also bad, unfortunately, for the Tatsu. This Eevee The ability is broken. As long as Pokemon is in the active spot, it can evolve during your first turn or the turn you put it into play. So I think the Eevee I should put on the buy list as a 4 of. For the same reason as the Executor. Just the ability, like the that's a broken ability. Honestly, that is the one thing that could make Sylveon good. Is if we get more evolutions that are good, that could make Sylveon good. Like then Sylveon will be part of like some evolution deck. Potentially. But that's what we'd need. But currently there's like no evolutions. There's more evolutions coming in January too. I just have to see what we get. Is it like the special set? Does Eevee's effect work with Thornton? Yeah. It's a whole set? Okay. Whole Eevee set. Okay. Slacking has potential. How good do I think slacking could actually be though? If your opponent has no Pokemon EX or V and plays this Pokemon can't attack. Great swing for 2 colorless, 280. Discard energy from this Pokemon. It works with double turbo. Everyone has EX or V Pokemon in play, right? Like they always have EXs and Vs in play. 340 HP, works with double turbo energy. Doesn't seem bad. Can't be the only attacker you run though, right? I mean, it could be, why not? There's also the other slacking, which is pretty good. This one works with reversal energy though. It's 240 for a reversal. Use it with Gastrodon. Gastrodon doesn't shut off your ability. Works with Glass Trumpet. I mean, you have to play some kind of Terra Pokemon to make it work with Trumpet, though. Oh, wait, yeah, Gastrodon does shut off your side, but it doesn't shut off... Yeah, Gastrodon does shut off your side, but it only shuts off... It doesn't shut off actives, so it wouldn't shut off Born to Slack. Dude, what an ability name. Born to Slack. I've heard that you can use Boomerang energy on it. I mean, you could. That'd be a lot to set up, though. Auto loses to Cloth. Bad deck. Terrible deck. Works with Power Glass. True, you could, like, Power Glass it as well. You could, like, get some Power Glassing involved. Yeah, a lot of HP. Hits pretty hard. It doesn't seem terrible. We might come back to this one. I might need to think about this one a little bit more, to be honest. Do I think it'll be good? Do I think this will become a good meta deck at some point? It's tough. I'm not sure. What does that mean when your opponent just doesn't evolve their Pokemon? I mean, you can just, like, I don't know, tag with this guy. Get it with the slashing claws. We'll have like a Dreepy versus Charmeleon versus Vigoroth off. You probably play something for that kind of situation that like can actually like do a lot of damage as like a basic Pokemon or something. And don't evolve it yourself? Yeah, exactly. We have plans for everything, all right? Oh, you can fan roam the baby slackings. Oh, you can, yeah. You can. Wait, maybe we play. Oh, you're saying you can fan roam for the Slackoths? Yeah, then fan roam becomes our attacker. Fan roam becomes our attacker if they don't evolve. Take it easy. Heal 60. Dude, this is so troll, bro. Like this is like a troll attack. Heal 60 damage. This thing is 60 HP. Heal 6, and obviously you could like Bravery Charm, but this is like just a troll. This is just a troll attack. Heal 60 damage from this Pokemon. During your opponent's turn, the Pokemon can't. Oh, this Pokemon can't retreat. Never mind. We could play a Slacking Relicanth deck. What about that? Slacking Relicanth? With a Hero's Cape, we heal 60 with Take It Easy. And then you can play the Oricorio. Hold up, let me cook. Heal 20 damage from your evolved, your active evolution Pokemon. So we Relicanth. I don't know. Yeah, Slacking seems kind of bad. Not sure. If any damage is done to this Pokemon by attacks, flip a coin of heads, prevent that damage. Pretty good ability to have. And then Lick Whip. This attack does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for 2 colorless. Ready to Ram. During your opponent's next turn, if this Pokemon is damaged by an attack, even if this Pokemon is knocked out, put 6 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. Ready to Ram. Anything good here? Now you're in my power. Until the end of your next turn, the defending Pokemon's weakness is now colorless. The amount of weakness doesn't change. Not very good, though, I don't think. Relicanth doesn't work. The Pokemon can't attack? Wait, what do you mean? Now Slashing Claws hits for 100. Genius. Yeah, it seems bad, right? Yo, the mouse hold, though. This is not good. This would be like a really cool meme deck, though. The Familial? Dude, I've never even heard of this. I've never seen this word before. Familial? March. The Familial March. Search your deck for up to 2 in a combination of a mouse hold and mouse hold EX. Put them onto your bench and shuffle your deck. Finally, mouse hold. They could even make it 3 mouse holds. I know it's not good, but not good. Are we even getting a are we getting a playable mouse hold deck? No, but I mean you can play with this mouse hold, right? We can add it to this one, Family Attack. 70 damage for each of your mouse hold in play. So we can use this to like generate more mouse holds. So we use this, put 2 on our bench, and then our Tend to Mouse can evolve into mouse holds. So theoretically in play we could have 5 mouse hold, which is not bad. It's a good number. 70 times 5, not bad. Cyclozar is bad. I think this is as well, but I've never seen this card before, I don't think. Precise Beak. If this Pokemon and your opponent's active Pokemon have the same amount of energy attached to it, this attack does 100 more damage. So 130 damage for 2 energy. Seems pretty bad. Brave Bird, 200 damage. And then you also do 30 to yourself for 4 colorless energy. This card sucks. All right. Maybe Terapagos. The furry turtle version of Terapagos. Prism Charge for a colorless energy. Search your deck for up to 3 basic energy cards of different types. And attach them to your Terra Pokemon any way you like. Then shuffle your deck. I don't know if this is better than... Like, if we're charging it up... Like, this card seems okay. But is that better than Joltik to charge up Pikachu? I don't know if it is. I feel like Joltik's still better for Pikachu. Yeah, Joltik just seems better. I mean, it gets 1 more energy, right? Yeah, you can't fan road him for it. It's kind of unlucky. Joltik's easier to search and retreat. Yeah, it does have less HP, I guess. Terapagos EX is furry too. Is it? This thing does not look furry. The way this thing does. This thing looks way more furry than this thing. Oh, wait. No, there it is. I can see it now. Okay, okay. You just can't really see it in this artwork as well. As easily. Oh, no. He'd be furry. He'd be furry. True. Will there be more Terra Pokemon and Stellar Pokemon in the future that can take use of the Terrapagos? We're probably running out of Terra Pokemon. Like one more major set, or I don't even know if there's another major set of. Yeah, we might be out of actually major sets of Terra Pokemon. This might be it, right? Because once the trainer set comes out, we're done with probably the Terra stuff for sure. I would assume. Retreat cost is 2 though. Yeah, the retreat cost of 2 is definitely not great. It's definitely not what we want. 2 of? Yeah, it still probably makes it the buy list out of 2 of. All right, now we're into the trainer cards. A lot of them, actually. Well, those are trainer cards. Okay. Number 1, Amulet of Hope. I mean, it's an ace spec. I think I'm still going to put it on my buy list as a 1 of. It seems pretty bad, though. Definitely a pretty niche ace spec. If the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, search your deck for up to 3 cards and put them into your hand. Then shuffle your deck. Not sure. Appreciate the gifted sub there. Del Cookie over to Pinecone Tail. Radiant Jirachi, attach Amulet. Go ahead and KO me. I mean, I guess. What are we getting with those 6 cards? Can She and Pow make a comeback? Yeah, sure. No good deck is ever truly dead. We just saw proof of that with like Lost Box over the weekend. Just it's not, decks won't be good always all the time. But if it's a good deck, there's a chance that it can make a comeback. If a deck is good, it can definitely always make a comeback. Up until it rotates, and it can't. If the Pokemon this card is attached to is damaged by attacks from your opponent's metal Pokemon, it takes 60 less damage and discard this card. All right, well, I think all the berries are always making it onto the list as a 4 of. Here's 2 months there, Grim. Any tools against dark attacks? This is the one for dark attacks, yeah. Culverberry. Brilliant Blender. What was it? Perfect Mixer was the translation. Brilliant Blender. Call Bell. Search your deck for a supporter card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle your deck. You can only use this card if you go second and only during your first turn. Seems unfortunately good for potential turbo decks, though. I do not like this card's existence, to be honest. As I played Mewtwo V Union, Brilliant Blender would be great back then. It would have been pretty good. Call Bell plus Crispin with Pikachu? Probably not, but... Call Bell sounds good. It seems, yeah. It seems annoyingly okay. It seems like annoyingly like a decent card. You can use this only if you go second and only during your first turn. Put an energy attached to one of your opponent's Pokemon into their hand. Every deck has so much energy acceleration. I feel like this doesn't matter as much. Dude, I remember back with like tag teams, like energy attachments were such a big deal. Like missing an energy attachment felt so bad. And that's why like wait and see hammer was like so good in like Green's decks, to be able to wait and see hammer and remove the energy from the opponent's side. I mean, it's meant for Meowstic, right? I mean, you can do both things. Like both things are possible. Arc Attach players crying right now. Yeah, Arc Attach Pass is in jeopardy of being destroyed. I don't know, it seems okay. I'm gonna put it on the buy list. Like I could see an Arven deck playing one of them. But if we put a trainer card on the buy list, it's always a 4 of. Clement's quick wit. Heal 60 damage from each of your lightning Pokemon. Seems pretty bad. Counter gain, obviously, good card. If you're behind on prize cards, it provides a colorless energy to the Pokemon it is attached to. No idea how to pronounce this. Cyrano? 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 Search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon EX, reveal them and put them into your hand, then shuffle your deck. It's okay. I mean, it would like allow you to like welcome back, Adventures Discovery. It really is just like Adventures Discovery, right? Serrano. I mean, you could like go search out like Pheasantipity plus an attacker or something. It seems okay. I'm gonna add to the buy list. I'll add it. Deduction kit. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put them back in any order, or shuffle them and put them on the bottom of your deck. I mean, this card kind of sucks, right? This card definitely pretty bad. Stop is good with this card. It's like only good like potentially in like super turbo decks, but even then I'm not sure how good it is. 4 for Miraidon. I don't think Miraidon has 4 deck spaces to devote to deduction kit, but maybe what if you just cut down on the energy and played some deduction kits instead? But it seems pretty bad. Bring back Pokedex, look at the top 5. Remember that being played in one deck back when it was a thing. Dragon Elixir heals 60 damage from your active dragon Pokemon. Seems okay. It's a pretty powerful heal card. Only for dragon Pokemon, of course. I mean, I don't know. Is this like... Does this make Goodra good? Is Goodra with 4 of these a thing now? Like, is that... Can that be a thing again? Can we bring back Goodra? It doesn't seem like terrible in there. I mean, that is like a lot to heal for an item card. That's like a lot of healing to get from an item card. I think I'm gonna add it. Rosna. Shuffle your hand in your deck, then flip a coin. If heads, draw 8 cards. If tails, draw 3. What? This card is so bad. What? That's so bad. Should Bolt run the elixir? Probably not, no. Maybe. There could be some metas where it would make sense, probably. When's the last time a good deck used a healing card that wasn't a full heal like Penny? Was it Stone Journer? I don't know if I would call that a good deck. It was kind of more of a meta call, but it was like decent in that meta game, like at Worlds. the worlds and like, what was it? Stone Journer? Lissy? With the top 7 cards of your deck, you may reveal a Pokemon trainer card you find there and put them... Wait, you may reveal a Pokemon and a trainer card you find there and put them into your hand. Shuffle the other cards back into your deck. It seems like okay. I guess like in rare candy decks, maybe. It seems pretty bad though. It's not like terrible. It's not terrible though. It's pretty mid. Duskball. Look at the bottom 7. Take a Pokemon you find there, put it into your hand. Just reverse Great Ball. Energy Search Pro. Is this the key to Golden Go? Gravity Mountain. Each stage 2 Pokemon to play both yours and your opponents get minus 30 HP. Seems pretty good. Jasmine's Gaze. During your opponent's next turn, all of your Pokemon take 30 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. That seems pretty bad. All of your Pokemon take 30 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. Is that ever good? This with Boof? What is that? Is that good? What is Drayton not good? It's irritated for any deck. Yeah, but it doesn't guarantee. Drayton doesn't guarantee anything. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. There's nothing guaranteed there. That's the problem. It's just like, I'll pray that the cards I want are in the top 7, which makes it pretty bad. Is it with Dragapult, right? Or do damage counters go around that? Damage counters do go around this. It's not that good. This is Appeal. Okay, I'm gonna, because I'm making the prediction Boss's Orders is rotating in 2 rotations, then we're probably gonna want 4 Lysie's Appeal. I'm saying 4 Lysie's Appeal. Because I think because they're giving us Lysie's Appeal and like the cat toy Meowstick card. I think Boss's Orders is gonna rotate into two rotations from now. So in a year and a half from now, I think Boss's Orders will rotate, and then we'll have to rely on other gust effects. Each basic Pokemon play, both yours and your opponents get plus 30 HP. Sure, I think I'll add it, even if I don't think it's that good of a stadium. Lively is good for Guardian Drifloon. Yeah, I didn't think about it including it in Gardevoir, to be honest, but it could be something. Hey, Azul, I have a quick question. So I have a League Cup this Sunday at my locals, and I can't decide if I should play with Bennett Guardy, Palkia or Roaring Moon. Please help me. I mean, Palkia is the best of those 3 decks by far, so it's not even close. Or it's like not even close, I don't think, right now. So I go with Palkia. They just reprint boss like they have for the last decade? Maybe, but they might not. Too many stadiums at the moment to make it good, but in the future, yeah, that's how I feel about it. I feel like there could be a future where Lively Stadium isn't terrible. All right. Meddling Memo. Your opponent counts the cards in their hand and shuffle those cards and puts them on the bottom of their deck. If they do, draw that many cards. Wait. If they do, they draw that many cards. So they just like shuffle their hand into their deck, or shuffle their hand and put it on the bottom of the deck and then draw as many cards as they had. I don't know. I guess if you can like Iona your opponent to 2, then you check their hand. Then if it's good cards, you shuffle it and put it on the bottom, I guess. I don't know. It seems bad, except for some like control shenanigans, I guess. Some kind of control shenanigans. This is interesting with effects that look at the hand like Eerie, I guess. All right, we'll add it. We added all the other weird control cards. Anyways, we'll add this one as well. Megaton Blower. Discard all Pokemon Tool special energy from all of your opponent's Pokemon. And discard a Stadium in play, if there is one. So Megaton Blower, I think we add that. Miracle Headset seems pretty bad, but I think I'm going to add it anyways, of course. Put up to 2 supporter cards from your discard pile into your hand. Seems bad, but it's not, like, terrible. Yeah, it's not terrible. Especially in, like, Pokestop decks, it could be good. It might be better than I'm giving it credit for, to be honest, but seems mid. Passo Berry. 60 less damage from water Pokemon as a tool card. Just add all the berries to the buy list. How many do we have now? Do we have berries for every type yet, or not quite? Is it what deck uses Energy Search Pro? Golden Go. All right, Precious Trolley. This one actually might be the worst of the. No, I mean there's a lot of bad aspects in this set, but we can put one. Scramble Switch. Switch your active to the bench. If you do move any amount of energy from the Pokemon you move to your bench to the new active. This seems really good in Drago, to be honest. I feel like Drago's probably going to play this. We'll see, though. But cool niche A-Spec reprint. So you're missing out on the Kyurem VMAX hype. It's coming back. I forget what this card does. You may discard the top card of your deck if that's a water energy card. Attach it to one of your Pokemon. I don't think so. I don't think it's coming back. Maybe. No, probably not. Mid card. Surfer, switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon if you do draw until you have 5 cards in your hand. Not as good as like something like Bird Keeper, but still supporters like that have always been like decent niche supporters, so we're gonna include it. I'm gonna go ahead and add Terra Orb as 4, and then I gotta remind myself what the heck this thing does. Discard all energy from this Pokemon and heal all damage from each of your Terra Pokemon. So the effect is not bad. I just don't know what you could ever play this in. Like Cramorant can use this for free. Better or worse than Kieran? On average, better because it's just a draw supporter. Something being a pseudo draw supporter is better than being a pseudo damage supporter. Because playing the game is more important than like having situational stuff. Like drawing cards is like always good. Doing 30 more damage is not always good, right? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how you'd ever utilize it, to be honest. It just seems bad. Are we sure Cram can use this for free? Yes. It's the same as any other Terra Pokemon. Not bad, just terrible. It seems pretty bad. It seems pretty bad. A Cram is going to rotate soon? I mean, it is, but would it be good like now? Time. Tell your opponent the name of a Pokemon in your hand and put that Pokemon face down in front of you. Your opponent guesses that Pokemon's HP, and then you reveal it. If your opponent guessed right, they draw 4 cards. If they guess wrong, you draw 4 cards. Then return the Pokemon to your hand. Terrible card. Lane's Quiz is returned. Something like that, yeah. Time will break PTCG Live. I saw Trust Your Pilot's tweet on that, where he's basically like, if a card is just too complicated, they're just not going to program it into PTCG Live. All we have to do is look at them not putting Blaine's Quiz onto PTCG Live. And then Enriching Energy, I think this thing just kind of sucks. It's actually probably the worst of the A-Specs, to be honest. Precious Trolley is better than Enriching Energy, probably for sure. As long as this card is attached, it's a colorless energy. When you attach this card from your hand to a Pokemon, you draw 4 cards. But not very good, I don't think. Yeah, seems pretty bad. Terrible card, buy 4. Terrible card, buy 4. All right, well, that's it. That's the end of the buy list. I will, I'll link it in chat real fast right now, and then also put it in the Discord. So anyone who wants access to it can have access to it. And the thing's not loading. Dude, it won't let me. It literally just won't let me share it. I don't know why. It's just like bugged. All right, well, I'll share it later in the Discord. Yeah, I'll share the buy list later in the Discord and when I put out my my video, but it's literally just like bugged right now. All right. Whatever. Go here. What do you think will be the best deck from this set? For like new decks? I don't know. There's really not that much. Pikachu probably, but we're not getting really anything new. We're just kind of getting upgrades for stuff. Like probably like a straight Pikachu EX deck. But yeah, I don't know. None of them seem that good. They all seem kind of mid. Yeah, they all seem mid. I think there's like a lot of decks just get like upgrades. I think more stuff is more so getting upgraded than there's going to be like a new. There's no like new archetypes coming out of. There's no real super powerful new archetypes coming out of Surging Sparks, to be honest. It doesn't seem like that anyways. All right. You can do EX with Blender, Kyurem VMAX, and the Explorer kit. I mean, yeah, they're interesting combinations, right? But they're not new archetypes. They're just like enhancing old archetypes. Hydreigon won't be a thing. Won't be a good thing, I don't think. No. All right, so let's make a Pikachu EX deck. So we have to use a proxy here for our Pikachu. We use these. Oh, it's like 3 of them or 4 of them. I want to do it with Joltik. E-switch with Ogrepons or nah? No, I don't think so. I think if we're going to do an E-switch... Well, no, that'd be like a Blissey build. I guess E-switch with Ogrepons could be something. E-switch with Ogrepon could be something. Miraidon can search out Joltik and Pikachu. That's what I was thinking of. We could play with Miraidon. Then Miraidon finds a squad. And then we also need like Magneton as well. So we'll just use a proxy Magnemite Magneton. So 2/2 Magneton, 3 Pikachu, 2 Joltik. So we choose second. We turn 1 Joltik. We load up some Pikachus. And then we swing with Pikachu, I don't know, 3 or 4 times or something like that. Energy. Did we play like 4 of each of these in like 3 metal? Radiant Greninja for discard? I don't think we want to discard energy though. We just want to keep them because like we're gonna discard them through our attack. Energy sticker seems okay. I'll try and make it work without energy sticker first for sure. What else do we like need? We could probably play this with Arvin, right? Because Arvin can find like rescue board and stuff. We could play Latios EX as well though. And then we need nest balls. The new save that helps you kill stage 2s. Yeah, we probably want some of those. We can't look them up on here though. We would need to go. Let's go with a stadium. Let's use this Windham Stadium. There's a new colorless Pokemon that triple attaches to a Terra. Is it from discard pile though? Where's the Terrapagos get it from? That we get the thing from? Also on Galvantula, the grass type 1 as a tech attacker? No. Vessel? We do need some vessels, right? Like 2 vessels. This is a no-brainer. Don't we just want to be attacking through the Pikachu, though? I mean, we could play Iron Hands. I guess maybe we should play Iron Hands, to be honest. I guess we do want Iron Hands because we want a way to draw, like, a 2-prize knockout on a 1-prizer, right? So we need, like, an Iron Hands at least. True. Briar? Well, if we do Iron Hands, we might not need Briar. I'm not going to put Briar in yet. Crispin? I don't really want to play Crispin. Boss? Yeah, Boss is good. We could play Area 0 and Secret Box to like set up, or we could just play Prime Catcher. Bundle? I'm down for some bundle. Is Bianca? What'd you say? Is Bianca ever better than? Are you gonna turn these into YouTube content? I will, but I'm gonna make the decks IRL slap. Bianca means you need to reattach everything. What does Bianca do? All damage from one of your Pokemon that has 30 HP or less remaining. They can also play around it by like punching light, right? So I think that if we're gonna play something to reset our Pikachus, it should be Penny for sure. Crystal is the best ace spec. I could see that. We can lean into the the Terra side of things. We also have 4 Arvins in here. We need some kind of Ultra Ball, right? Maybe not like a ton, but maybe like 2. If you're using Crystal, then Penny, otherwise Turo. And wouldn't we always use Penny? Why would we ever use Turo over Penny? Is Hourglass Tool anything? That would be pretty good if we had a way to accelerate energy. Well, we do have Magneton, so that could allow us... Maybe we should play some Power Glass, to be honest. Because, like, we could go... Like, theoretically, the way it could work is we attack with a Pikachu. With a Power Glass. We accelerate 1 energy back with a Power Glass. And then our opponent punches us. Then we can pop Magneton to accelerate energy to Pikachu. And attach to a bench Pikachu during the same turn. I do kind of like that, actually. And bring back this thing real fast. Read the cards. You're going to make Pikachu hit for 330. That's what the stadium is for. The stadium in there is a proxy for Gravity Mountain, which reduces stage 2 HP by 30. What do I want to read? I want to read the Pikachu. What the heck did I want to read? I want to read something. Maybe it was just Pikachu. Literally don't remember. There was something, but I can't remember what it was. All right. One reason I don't... Well, we want Rescue Board. Hold up. We definitely want Rescue Board. Because we're not always going to be able to find Latios. So we want at least 1 Rescue Board. I almost don't want the Latios, though. I want to, like, have, like, minimal liabilities in place. So my opponent, if they want to draw prize cards, they have to go through the Pikachu. So maybe we don't play Latios. I still like the idea of the Iron Hands, though, I guess. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to go attack with a Pikachu. Because it discard... Oh, that's what I want to check. Does it discard all energy or 3 energy? Discard 3 energy from this Pokemon. So you could overload 1 Pikachu, actually. Oh, it says energy as well. So you could play with double turbo energy, but that sounds bad. I like Power Glass a little bit more, then. But if we're playing Power Glasses, should we even play Sparkling Crystal, then? Probably not, right? Like, what if we just play like, 2 Power Glass, no Sparkling Crystal? I would add Raikou V or Rotom V for 4 Seal Stones since you got the Dawn. Probably, yeah. I'm okay with that. Or is there like a better V? There's not really a better V we could play, right? Probably just Raikou because it's an efficient attacker. Oh, maybe it should just be like Luminion, though, actually. Maybe it should be like Forest plus Luminion. What about just that? But I guess we'd want to be able to find a Lightning Pokemon through Ryan to work with the Forest Seal Stone. So I guess we still want Raikou. Never mind. We still want to play some kind of Penny, right? Add like a couple penny. I guess that's like one of our ways to like remove liabilities as well, right? Is to penny them up. Raikou's for early attacker. We don't need an early attacker though. Our first attack is with Joltik. Like this is our early attacker. It's the Joltik. I'm still convinced Turo has to be better. Why? Why would Turo be better? What is 1 pro of Turo compared to Penny? What is a pro that Turo has? I guess the energy in the discard. I don't want energy in the discard pile. I'm always gonna have energy in my discard pile. I'm gonna go Joltik, set up Pikachu, attack with Pikachu, energy in the discard pile. Getting energy in the discard pile is not like a hard thing to do. It's like easy. What does our bench look like? And let's do this real fast. Where do you do the playtest? Was it hand? Hand. So this is what it looks like. I have like one bench space to work with here. I guess the Magnemite can become the Magneton, which does get discarded, but counter gain? No. Counter gain only is colorless energy. Katsu. That's why I didn't like. That's why I cut the Latios, because I feel like our bench is getting too tight now. But this is like okay still, I guess. That was like okay actually. We have bench space for like the potential of Raikou or Luminion. See some kind of draw. Probably, yeah. I don't really want to play Fez. Fez sounds annoying, but I guess we could play. I mean, how do you not play Fez though? Yeah. Is Iron Hands needed when you have Briar? Seems pretty good. Blow up Magneton plus get another Magnemite Night Treasure for following turn. I could see that. Also, we probably want to play Ionos, right? Because we don't want our opponent to be able to just gust around my Pikachu over and over again. So we probably want to play like a pretty heavy Iono count. Might even be like 4. Because we need to be able to disrupt them, right? We need to be able to go like knockout, disrupt. So that way you can't just go, okay, cool, boss around your Pikachu. Maybe like 3. With Arvin, can you play Max Belt? We could. We could like not play Stadiums and play Max Belt instead, to be honest. Judge? We're not that aggressive, though. Our first turn is attack with Joltik. Yeah, the deck's like not that aggressive. Actually, if we're not going to play Latias, we need like a cart here, I think. We need like more switch cards. Maybe even 2 rescue board. Can't play Belt with Hourglass. That is fair, yeah. What shell should we play then? More energy, perhaps? We do get a lot of energy in play on that first turn. We do want manual attachments after that. Maybe it should be a little bit higher energy of an energy count. Or maybe just like Night Stretchers. Night Stretcher also like synergizes well with Magneton. So maybe just like 2 Night Stretchers or something like that. Countercatcher? I don't hate Countercatcher, actually. With Crystal, you just discard 2 energies and recharge it with Crispin. Yeah, but like Power Glass does like the same thing, though, where it's like just put the 3rd energy there and then discard the 3rd energy and then Power Glass recovers it. What are my ace spec options? We could basically play any ace. We could play Unfair Stamp too. Ooh, is that something? What about Unfair Stamp? More lightning than other types. You have the option of using Dawn attack. I don't know if we're ever attacking with Dawn. If we increase it by 1, it could be a lightning, yeah. Stamp does nothing? What do you mean? They KO the Joltik and then we... Oh, because you're saying because of Pheasantipity. Very funny, Jake. Like, what do you mean? They KO our Joltik and then we go Unfair Stamp Pikachu knockout. Dusk? No, not Dusk. What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying? The Oh yeah, Unfair Stamp. Unfair Stamp. Kind of like it. So we want to like force our opponent to like have to, if they want to attack or draw prize cards, they have to punch our Pikachu, right? We want to like force that out of them. Heavy ball? No, I don't think we need heavy ball. I do kind of want to get Latios in here because that makes things so much smoother if we play Latios. Wait, no, hold up. We could also play Secret Box, just like turn 1 Wombo. And we could also play like an Area 0 if we play... I think Arvin doesn't work if you play Latios. What do you mean? Single price Rapagos accelerates 3 energy. Yeah, but Joltik accelerates 4. Ever scoop up? Oh yeah, wait, what about Scoop Up Cyclone in here as a way to reset a Pikachu? Is that just better? Then we can Arvin for it. And maybe just like 1 penny. I like that. Think it's gonna be possible to make a deck around Hydreigon? It probably won't be good, no. Radiant Greninja? No, we don't want to discard energy. Playing all those boards in Arvin and Latios doesn't work? I mean, yeah, it could work. We would just go down to 1 board and then include Latios. We just go to 1 rescue board and then put Latios on the deck. But I guess the question is, like, how many liabilities on my bench am I trying to avoid having is, like, the question. Because it could look like this. One switch card, 1 rescue board, 1 Latios. No bench space then? Let's see. What's it gonna look like? We don't need it every game. We probably don't have bench space for it. Thing is, we do create bench space eventually once. Yeah, we don't really, because we have to bench 2 of these things. How do I close this? Am I tripping? Oh. It would look like that or something like that. Yeah, Latios feels a little weak. Unless I want to play Area 0. If I want to play Area 0, then it's probably fine. That's kind of the question. I don't really want to play. I don't know. I guess I could play Area 0. The ace pack, I'm so unsure about the ace pack because they all seem good. School of Cyclone seems good. Unfair Sham seems good. Maximum Belt seems okay, but then I would cut this, but that'd be fine, I guess. Then I also lose value to the Power Glass. Do we not want Area 0? I mean, I don't not want Area 0, but if we play Area 0, I think we'd want to, but we don't really need to go that wide. I don't really need that much bench Pokemon, I feel like. You don't want to maximize Joltik at 4? No, I don't think so. She need to attack with it once. How do we kill Pulse/Shard without the minus 30 HP stadium? We don't. Are you asking, do we play it? That's what this is. This is a proxy for the stadium. Whether or not that mountain be good because we want to be able to attack 3 times, assuming stadium bump. No, we'll just have to get our other prize cards from somewhere else. I don't think we're KOing 3 Charizards in the matchup. We're definitely KOing like maybe 2 Charizards and something else, if that. Zapdos plus Vitality Band. I mean, it doesn't KO Charizard. But actually, we could do that. I forgot about Zapdos. Zapdos does increase our damage. Zapdos does increase Pikachu's damage. I just don't know if it's by enough. Blood Moon or Shaluna for the last 2 prizes. For the Raging Ball matchup, maybe. But I'm not going to include it right now. You can play a split of stadiums and go like early area 0 and then like against Zard or Pult hit 300 and play the stadium. Yeah, we could. I don't really need that much bench space though, it feels like. I don't want to put like too many liabilities in play in some situations. I just want like a bunch of Pikachus down. I think like playing towards like a more consolidated bench is like fine, to be honest. Yeah, I think I would rather build the deck without area 0 than with area 0 to begin with, I think. So we just like won't play Latias, which is like fine. Could you do Defiance Band for if down? We could. But probably one of those things where I'd want to like test the matchups first. Legacy sounds sick. I mean, Legacy's not that great because we have to discard 3 energy to attack. So we need 4 energy on a Pikachu to not have to discard the Legacy energy. I feel like that's like not reasonable. Should we X Monkey Dory later? Oh, Monkey Dory hater. Yeah, Pikachu does not like Monkey Dory. Not a big fan. So if we're saying we're not going to play Area 0, Squawk? I'm going to try without Squawk. We might need to add it, but... And Ball 2 if they flip 204 heads? Nah, we're not losing to Balls. We just have to stop benching. You have to stop benching Pokemon. Or add Ursaluna. Maybe just more Ultra Balls? To Ultra Ball? Or you could swap a Don or Luminine for Magnemite. Maybe. I'd rather just play more pennies though. Briar isn't a choice. No, we could play a Briar. No, Briar's just like super mid. It's like whatever. It's fine. Let's add it, I guess. Sure. Heavy Ball's a 5th Nest Ball? Not true. It's only if we prize something we need right then. I do like this Goop Cyclone for the resetting of the Pikachu, but also then just like removing damaged Pokemon from play, to be honest. Why not at least one Crispin? I don't know. I think our energy is going to be leaving our deck so quickly we won't have actually energy in the deck to use with Crispin, to be honest. Because like we use one Joltik attack. Let's say we attach a Grass or Lightning to Joltik and then attack with Joltik. There's maybe 2 Grass, 1 Lightning in the deck. Maybe, depending on prize cards. So we have to like increase the energy counts to like 5/5. Yeah, I think it'd be hard for Crispin to get value, to be honest. But maybe we could play some Crispins. Poffins? No, I think we can make it work with Miraidon. It should be fine with just Miraidon. Why 443, by the way, not 444 energy? Metal's not as important as Grass and Lightning, because Grass and Lightning are what needs to be in the deck for Joltik to actually accelerate them out of the deck. So Metal is like the least important energy. The Grass and Lightning are more important. Add 1 Gavache X and find to have item lock in the end game? Nah. Could maybe cut the bundle as well for now, to be honest. There's house +1 spot. I kind of do just want to add more energy, but then we could add the Crispins. Maybe we could do something like the Briar seems like hella mid, but I really want 2 Crispin. Maybe just 1 Crispin. 1 Crispin and then a 5th Lightning, 5th Grass. A lot of energy. Briar's not great for that this deck. It seems okay. Do 1 Crispin. Maybe I can just do 1 Vessel as well. Also, I think we can cut back on the Ultra Ball count as well. I just don't know what to add. Now I just have like 2 spaces open. Why not Super Rod? Super Rod's just so slow. So miserably slow. Seems to with all the acceleration we have. And we still need to pull off. We still need like a little bit more though. I feel like. Well, actually, maybe we don't need Crispin. If we like Joltik to 2 Pikachus. Yeah, if we Joltik to 2 Pikachus, we won't ever actually need the Crispin, right? Well, that'll only pull off 3 attacks, but we might need to pull off like 4 attacks. I guess that's it. We should just play an Ursaluna, to be honest. Dude, Ursaluna, it's so dumb how good this card is. Every deck should just play an Ursaluna. I think Vessel would be pretty bad if we can't find our metals. Maybe we do play 2 Vessels still because of that. Then I have 1 spot left. When I play Area 0, we have no way to find it. It's not worth like playing around if we can't aggressively find it. The Miraidon deck is different because we have like Secret Box. If we played it, we'd definitely play Secret Box. But I don't need that much bench space either. Is that the right Magneton? No, but there's just no right Magneton on this on the deck builder, limitless deck builder. So we have a placeholder. Rod to help Crispin. No, we cut Crispin. Crispin's gone. No more Crispin. Charm. More HP doesn't really matter for Pikachu. It's got its ability. Its ability is what matters. EXP share? No, we discard all of our energy to attack. What's the stadium? It's a proxy for the new stadium coming out. It's just like a placeholder for Gravity Mountain. That's it. You stretcher, please. Not against it. Third Iono. Also not against that. Or maybe put the Roxanne back in. I don't know, I'm a big fan of Roxanne. Let's go to 2 Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher's kind of a broken card. How many times have people asked about the Pikachu and why that version? No one's asked about the Pikachu yet. Everyone's asked about the stadium. Well, that's maybe because I have it on screen. Yeah, no one's asked about the Pikachu yet. Can you send the link from the site where you're seeing all the new cards? Yeah, sure. Is there a world you use DTE so that way it's easier to power up hands and discard less on the Pikachu? I don't think so. It's like impossible to find. Everyone knows about the Pikachu being the other one because that one sucks. Probably. People just know. This guy sucks. Terrible Pikachu. Protective goggles for the cloth matchup. You're banned. Noctowl could be good. If we go with Noctowl, we probably need to play Area 0 though. I don't really want to play Area 0. Yeah, Noctowl wouldn't be bad, but we'd have to go Area 0 for sure. It would have to become like a... But imagine that like turn 1 Miraidon plus Area 0 plus Fan Rotom. Just like the whole squad. Fill up our bench. That could be pretty sick, to be honest. That could be pretty sick. How does Brave Charm feel for Pikachu? Terrible. Its ability literally says it can't die. Its ability literally says it can't die. How much HP does the Pikachu have? 200. But the HP doesn't matter. It's about the ability. The ability says if this thing has full HP and is knocked out, your remaining HP becomes 10. You're not knocked out. So stuff like Bravery Charm doesn't make any sense to play in this deck. My Charizard would eat that Pikachu. Your Charizard sucks. The only thing it can do is eat the Pikachu. If Charm put it out of range of double Nor, that'd be good. Yo, Hero's Cape? Why no Emergency Jelly? Now you're cooking. Is that card still legal? It is. Yo, Jelly? Jelly Pikachu? Might just put like a third boss back in the deck, to be honest. Although and now I'm kind of intrigued by the oh wait, how do I have, oh, I put the jelly in. Rigid Band is a one of. What would I do with the Rigid Band? PK is countered by every deck. You're just a hater, Jake. When this comes out, it's gonna be the broken BDIF. So please put Bianca in here so I can get some use out of them. No. My bad. Wait, did you stop and think about it a little bit longer? Or are you just assuming because I questioned you that you're wrong about whatever it is? What's the stadium? I should keep this up. Defiance Band? Well, we're playing the stadium. I'm gonna try and make the stadium work first. Because Power Glass actually seems kind of good. Yeah, Power Glass actually seems kind of good. So, yeah, so I want to try and make the stadium work. Isn't there this supporter bell that heals all? I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. I love the design of Pika, and if it was able to be good, that'd be a sign of the format being better. It'd be nice if it could work, and you're like it would be cool to see it just kind of naturally work in the format, Jake, and then like people would have to like tech in stuff like Halucha or something, like something where it actually like requires some investment outside of your deck just being broken. You now like have to tech Halucha in and then play around Halucha. Yeah. I run 4 boss on my Charizard as long as they bench enough things and I get my Pidgeot in play. It's easy. It's usually easy clap. Yeah, but you can't boss my... I wouldn't let you boss my bench Pokemon. I would just say you couldn't. What do you mean? Your boss's orders aren't my boss's orders. I don't have to follow your boss's orders. They're not my... That's not my boss. Penny's just better than Bianca, right? I think so, yeah. There's just some Bianca believers in chat that are delusional. My boss ordered me to not listen to you. This gets farmed by Drago, right? I mean, probably. Only one way to find out. We do 1-hit KO Drago, so maybe not. I think I'm comfortable with the 60. This should maybe just be a prime catcher, though, the more I think about it, to be honest, which is kind of cringe, but the Scoop Cyclone is the cooler of the 2 cards, so we're going to keep that in there for now. All right, perfect 60. Lock it up. Definitely beats Charizard. 100-0 against Charizard for sure. Free dub. Charizard cannot beat this deck. There's no way that Charizard ever beats my Pikachu deck. Can't happen. Won't happen. No shot. Cape is the coolest of the A-specs. Cape's pretty cool, but it's not cool enough to be put in here, though. I'm pretty sure Charizard farms this. No, this farms Charizard every time. I've never lost a Charizard once with this. I've never lost a Charizard ever with this. I don't know what you're talking about. Literally not possible. Too many balls? Why Miraidon? Well, we gotta find the Miraidon. I've never lost a Zard with this. All right, Jake, we'll have to settle this. Pikachu EX versus Charizard. Let's play some games then. All right, true. Shuffle up. New game. Peak. Gone. How do you draw? Oh shoot, no. 1. Okay. Arvin. Oh shoot. Arvin. Let me get a rescue board and Ultra Ball. All right, hit up the tandem unit. Let me get a Joltik and a Peak. Joltik, Peak. Dash a Joltik. Oh, I had the rescue board. My bad. All right. Charging. Hand. All right, dope. Turn 1, easy dub. I beat Charizard every time with this set. I beat Charizard every time with this board state. You can't win, so you concede, and then I win the round. No Magnemite? We'll get him next turn. I'm not worried about him yet. He's sleeping. Pikachu versus Zard is pretty canon. Jeez. No, I scoop up cyclone my Miraidon, Jake. It got scoop up cycloned. What about Charger Bug? What about him? What do you mean? And now they double pop Nor and Candy Zard. Turn 2? They have double pop Nor and Candy Zard turn 2? Did they also get their 4th candy to get out their Pidgeot? How do you even find the stadium? We don't really have a way to find the stadium, to be honest. We just have to naturally draw into it, which might be a problem. I'm not sure. Bianca's Devotion? I know what Bianca's Devotion does. I think Penny's just better. Oh, you saw Zard on stream? They always got it? True. They did be... Dude, on stream... Dude, all right. But there's no way Charizard always has it, because if they always had it, Charizard would be, like, unbeatable. But, like, the stream matches from Louisville, the Charizards did be having it. Like, they did be hafting. I mean, Miwa had that really cool play against Lucas at the end of game 3 or whatever. But besides that, the Charizards did be having it. Always had the Turo. They always had the Thornton play, dude. They always had the Thornton play. So do you think it's possible to run Pidgeot in Dragapult to Dusknoir successfully? Yes, but you'll be more successful if you don't. Arven in the active is truly a generational play. You can run Pidgeot in Dragapult successfully, but you'll have more success without it, for sure. I think Ryuki the Ryuki build I think is the build. That's my current take on Dragapult, is the Ryuki build is the play. It doesn't mean you shouldn't try and innovate if you think there's something better, but like my take on Dragapult right now is just the Ryuki build is the best way to play the deck. And my opinion could change if I spent like, let's say tomorrow I just played 8 hours of Dragapult and I tried it with Pidgeot. Maybe my opinion would change, but where my opinion currently at is Ryuki build number 1 for sure. Did we already discuss that Bianca's Devotion lets the Power Glass energy stay? Don't know if that matters enough. I guess we didn't, to be honest. We didn't really... I guess that is true. I wouldn't penny up the energy. But I would still need Magneton to get involved, so then I'm getting 3 energy access anyways. So I'm not sure it really matters, to be honest. I guess it could. That is actually interesting, to be honest. That is interesting. But also, like, they can... But the thing is, like, if they can't want to KO us, aren't they just gonna, like, punch us with, like, a Charmander or something? Like, if you go up against Charizard and they're like, well, I'm not gonna leave my Charizard in my active. I'm just gonna set up Charmander and punch you for 30 or something, right? Or gust you with Pidgey. Like, they're just gonna do this. This is it. This is why this is the optimal Pidgey now, because it has Gust. Call for family. 2 energy for tackle? No shot. Gust for 20? That's a dub. Boom. Break his ability. Knock him out next turn. 1-1 Frostlass about to go wild. Hey, I'm down. 1-1 Frostlass in every deck to get around to the Pikachus. Let's do it. And then you can play that protects against Dusk? Not really, I don't think. Elekid. Ooh, the Elekid tech? I did see the time card. Conkeldurr stomps this, right? I mean, yeah, I guess. Sure. Yeah, Conkeldurr does be stomping on Pikachu EX. Kind of a free dub. Kind of a free matchup. Kind of makes Conkeldurr BDIF. Off stomps it without Goggles. I don't even know if Goggles would save us. I don't think it would, because can't... Yeah, Goggles doesn't even save us, because Cloth can just Mochi KO us through the thing. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for me for today. Short stream today. I will be back tomorrow. We're gonna do the dude stream tomorrow because I'm not streaming on Thursday, and I forgot that we're doing the dude stream on Thursday. So no dude stream on Thursday. I'm not streaming on Thursday, so we're gonna do the dude stream tomorrow on Wednesday. So I probably won't play in the late night tournament to be honest tomorrow. We'll probably just do the dude stream tomorrow. No late night tournament. Will be the plan. Let me find something to rate here on Twitch before I get out of here. But I will have like a set review video. I'll put the BIOS in the Discord as well for anyone who wants it. I'll put it in the Discord. Also put it in my set review video that I'll be putting out probably this week at some point. And then the Pikachu EX deck will make its way to my YouTube channel as well at some point. If you are interested in that. Pilot's on. I'm going to go ahead and raid Pilot here. Trust your pilot. All right, chat. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. And then make sure you come out this weekend for the Lil watch party that will be going down on Saturday and Sunday for sure. But yeah, have a good rest of your day. Peace.